the way it goes, we want to try to give the most exciting game plus regs get priority. So it is what it is. There's a lot of exciting news coming for Live at the Bike in the upcoming month or two. So stay tuned, and we will be revealing this special news, all these special news, day by day. In the booth with me, JJ4D Poker, balanced strategy wizard. Trying to open up the chat. I know handsome man Nick from Yuma's there. No guts, no Dory. Shout out to Dory. Shout out to Dory. She's adorable. Hashtag friendzone. I know the lovely Veronica Brill is in the mix. Met up with her in the Northern California streets and had some good chats. And hopefully you'll be seeing her on Live the Bike after that special news. Tonight we got handsome man Matt Berkey, handsome man Marshall Mathers. Oh, I mean Eminem. I mean Double M. Handsome man PS, handsome man Han, handsome man Victor, handsome man Charles, handsome man Eric Hicks, and the most handsome of all, C-Day James, who is the most veteran person alive at the bike. He's been around for 16 years, drives the sickest cars. I'll let JJ tell that story. Like the sick cars, because I'm not really a car person. I drive the Hot Wheels. Just like don't know anything about the cars that go vroom. What up, V? Thirst Trap V. Guys, treat Veronica like the lovely lady she is, and then if she accepts it, maybe you could put a ring on it. Come on, V. I did not take your money and leave you with. Hey, at least I left you with wine. What's up, Poker Stiff? I do see you in my comment section. Shout out to you, D22 Soso, Wayne Chung, with the Live of the Bike poker stream. StarCraft has been. No Kosai. She is not. There was so much demand, and the board for this game is long. It's very regretful to have to turn people away, but that's the way it goes. And just a note, like if you want to get in these games, email me at wayne@liveatthebike.com. And people who game selects are not going to be in my good grace. Like, of course, understand, but it's just I'm not going to contact people who ask for a lineup and then say no. Unless it's just like all robots. I totally understand that. I did buy Veronica some wine in Northern California. I disagree that I took her money. She took my rings. She took my Rolex. I looked at Veronica. I said, "What's next?" Been a big fan of Veronica since Stones. Her commentary is hilarious. Been a big fan of Nick from Yuma. Bigger fan. Trying to hook him up with the VIP here, the Pike.
Okay, so we're gonna break it. We may break it if Berkey flies in for a lot.
They won't let me get more than 100.
Instead of the 20 he starts with.
I might only buy. They won't let me buy for more than.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to High Stakes Friday. We've got $1 million cash game. That's right, $1 million on the table. We are playing 100, 200, 200, which means there's 500 dead in every pot there. You see the blinds. These are the chip counts that these players are buying in for. James is buying in for $250,000. Double M buying in for 200. Victor, PS, Han buying in for 100, 100, and Han for 40,000. Looks like Berkey is going to buy in for 100,000 as well. We'll break down these players.
Like they were actually like
See, number one, we have Han. Oh, let me introduce the commentators here. We got Wayne in the mix. Wayne, it's going very good, Wayne. Thanks for asking. Wayne is the producer of the show, also has commentated just about as much as anyone in this commentary booth. Wayne and I have been a part of this team since about 2014 or 15. And Wayne is a professional poker player as well as the producer, as I said, of the show, and has played the high stakes once upon a time in No Limits, in Limits, and in Omaha. Scene number one is Han. What can you tell us about Han, Wayne?
He's from Washington. I've grown to really appreciate his presence and a lot of wisdom, like life wisdom. A lot of these guys, they're just like not just poker, aficionados. They have a lot of life wisdom that I just, associate. So I don't know. Am I a pro? Because I have two jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I am a commentator as well as a poker player, but poker is definitely has been the more lucrative avenue for me the last 7-8 years. So depends what's more lucrative for you. Seat number two is the man, the myth, the legend, and I do not say that lightly, owner of Luna Cycles, Eric Hicks. Eric Hicks, I call him the mad genius. He's known to have a crazy style, but there's some brilliance in creating his art that he brings to us in his very aggressive style. Seat number three is Victor. Victor flies in from the Bay Area to come play in these high-stake games. He's an animal. He plays all variants of poker from limit to the mixed games to no limit. He's fearless. He brings action. Seat number four is Double M. He is a hedge fund manager. He also is, in my opinion, a talented poker player. He has a creative style as well. Has some spidey senses to know where he's at. For this not being his gig, man, he can sure play some cards.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
I'm not sure who was in seat number 5.
It's PS.
Oh, PS. Okay, I commented on PS last week. He is Double M's best friend. We saw them get into 2 massive pots. Double M got him in the best of it. PS is a real estate investor at the high stakes level. So although this seems like high stakes poker, his real estate investments, he's the king of New York from what I hear in investments for real estate. So glad to have PS back on the map. Seat number 7 is
Charles.
Charles, I've commentated on the last few Fridays. Charles has an interesting style and unique, creative. I saw him kind of get out of line the first hour and then super in line and print the next 2 hours. And Charles did well last week. What else can you share about Charles, Wayne?
Super nice guy. I've had conversations with him. We're probably going to go out and eat one of these days, which I hang out with a lot of these players, and just get to know them. And just they shed life advice for me. And I don't know. That's like the best part of the gig. I don't know what to say.
Seat number 8 is Seat 8 James. Used to run a hedge fund. His favorite hobbies are poker and skiing and collecting cars.
Oh, yeah.
He also got the name Seat 8 James because over a weekend, I believe at another casino, he won $250,000 in a 10-20 game. Wow. Playing 72 hours straight. After that, he always wanted to be in Seat 8. He would pay. So at the bicycle, they would always start like, let's say, a 5-10 or a 10-20 game around 7 o'clock. He would always get here. People would beat him to draw cards for Seat 8 because they know that he would pay them $200 to $400 just for the seat.
Yeah.
So the legend of Seat 8 James began probably like about 15, 20 years ago. And seat number 9 is big bet Matt Berkey, owner of Solve for Why, another player with a creative, hyper-aggressive style. Although I've seen some of him toning it down the last year of streams that I've seen him on and Poker Go episodes. So let's see if Big Bet Berkey is still in the mix or he's toned it down and his image is well then developed for some crazy aggression. Here we've got a 3-bet from Eric Hicks, and Han's going to defend his button with the Israeli Ron hand, Queen, Deuce of Clubs. We will be having a balanced strategy today. Wayne and I will let these players talk a bunch. You guys will hear them. We'll be a fly on the wall. If these players are quiet, we will be exploiting and doing a lot of poker strategy and breaking down some poker hands. Here, Eric Hicks is going to bet 5,000 on this King 3-6, 2 spades. Eric has the best removal for Ace King and King Queen, and he's going to represent it. And a raise from Han.
Very aggressive. What's the mad genius thinking? What do you think he's going to do? Eric's so good at sussing out situation. Oh, and Eric has the read and just rips it.
Wow, this is super intense. First hand.
Are you allowed to look at your cards?
Eric putting Han in for 200 big blinds effective to start this hand with no pair. And how good does he run that? Han took an aggressive line on the flop, and his ace queen is actually good here.
What's crazy is if Han had 2 random spades, Eric's actually an underdog. And especially if he had a combo draw with the spades, like 4-5 of spades, like,
Who called you that anyway?
you know.
JJ.
I think JJ started that.
Okay.
He wanted to make my name permanently the Mad Genius.
Oh,
There it
Eric,
is.
you got somebody who wants to buy your bike.
I could be called the MG, then I could go with by MG on the screen. I like your cakes.
How are you? Eric, I got a buyer for a bike.
Oh, nice. Sorry, that's your part. Anybody see that? You see that card, Victor?
No card?
My card? No.
Did you show?
It flashed.
I didn't flash. I didn't see what it was. From the
What did
side.
you flash?
Five.
Little blind versus blind action. Victor raising with suited 3-gapper.
8-6 deuce, 2 spades.
Defending in position. Opting for a delayed c-bet, likely,
Seven.
instead of trying to go for it, and Victor stabs, takes away.
All right, make sure you guys jump in the poll. The powers above have dropped the poll, and it says who will be the biggest winner tonight. Put your votes in. We got
30.
Eric Hicks, Double M, Matt Berkey, and C.A. James.
Playing, Matt?
50.
Wayne, what's your prediction? I know you probably hate doing this since
I
all
hate
these
doing
guys are
this.
your friends.
Yeah, I just heard
I
the
hate
Super
doing
Bowl's
this.
in
I don't
LA
know.
talking
I just
about
don't know.
home court advantage.
Yeah.
It's not just I like all, like these guys all can play, so.
Next year is in Vegas, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Either next year or 2 years.
I think next year it is.
Yeah, I think it's next year. I just meant that you have more money available to you.
Yeah.
If we were in Vegas, I could play with $500,000.
The blinds are 1-2, right?
Yes. 6.
Raised by Eric, 8-7-5 rainbow. Pair and a gutty for PS. Eric with second pair, best kicker. c-bet of 1,000. And a continue from PS feels normal. Turn is a 9 of clubs. I believe I heard PS check, and check seems good from Eric because there's a one-liner to the straight. River 8, 3,500 in the pot. Both players with showdown value. Wayne, I wonder how often this goes check-check.
In low stakes games, frequently. In high stakes games,
I mean, that bet is, I believe it went check from PS and a bet, yep, from Eric of 2,200. And that's just a impressive bet from Eric because Eric is not bluffing there. He's trying to get a value bet from a 5 or an ace high or maybe even a smaller pair. Eric playing his image of the mad genius, a loose aggressive maniac.
Was it?
Well, so it was just like a lot of action.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, watch out show last night.
It was a very strange game.
Michael, can I
Yeah,
have some
wasn't
Holland,
it? You
please?
sat right next to the money, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That'll do it.
yeah. Yeah, she was pretty-
I don't need. Thank you. Hold on one second.
Yeah, definitely taught me a thing or two. Like half the table was straddling, half the table wasn't.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
But when there was no straddle,
600.
people would still open the same. So if we were playing 51, they would just open the 600.
I love that.
If we were playing 51 too, they opened the 600. It was a very weird game.
600?
Yes. You push it in?
It's like that's how all
Raise
the
from
games
Eric
in New York that I've
to
played,
600.
the blinds are actually relatively small.
Yeah.
People open it.
Double M
Yeah, it's great.
with
They don't care at all.
a creative flat with King 3 of spades. Jack 7-5. Eric with the same hand. Second pair again. This time he elects to check it over to double M. Turn 8 of spades. River is a 5. We saw Eric go for some value last time. You better believe he's probably going to put in a button of value.
16.
And Eric, the mad genius, just grabs chips and smashes them in.
like to do a special shout out to a buddy of Eric and mine, Dylan Lindy, who won his first bracelet last year. World Series race. He's a 5-diamond classic winner and just all around good dude. Run and once coach.
Hey,
A lot.
big. It's too late now.
I had a podcast with him, and also
Probably
when I was
depends
doing
who plays it, too.
Gold Poker MTTs, he jumped on and
You're not
gave me a
getting
little
any
coaching
for
session.
style.
So.
Really?
He gave you a
That's
coaching
usually
session.
like
Nice.
starting.
Yeah, that's like
Han with 2 ladies.
6.
rafters.
Make sure you guys jump in the poll. I will end it at the 10-minute mark. We are in a $1 million cash game. And I absolutely love these flats, Wayne. These King 10 flats and these light King 3 flats from Double M. When you're playing 500 big blinds deep, Jack, 5 deuce, 2 clubs. That button is extremely important when you're playing deep stack poker with a hidden hand.
What's that? Oh, early. I've been working with early. I've been seeing the sunrise lately. I've been seeing the sunrise lately. What? I've been seeing it
Bet of 800.
in the morning.
Han also with the queen of clubs is going to bet.
You know, I used to think that I could count with 2 hands the sunrises I'd seen in my life. You know, 'cause I used to live that
Would be
way.
interesting if PS had like the king of clubs there. This is backdoor, king eye flush draw, backdoor, straight draw. Gives more of an incentive to peel, especially in position, deep stacked.
Even putting a raise at some frequency.
How many hands?
I don't know what frequency PS would put that on. Maybe
That's-
raise something like 30%, flat something like 40%, and fold. I'm just I'm just spitballing. I don't know what the right frequency is there.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because that's actually a move like taken from 7-card stud, the original, is when you have 3 to a something, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and you put in a raise and try to rep, your face-up cards. And then obviously, carries over to hold'em when you have 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and then people can't put you on hand, and then when you run around,
None of
Yeah,
this
take the
happens.
nuts.
The small blind
So,
shove 9-6 suited.
you take it all.
And the board just comes ace high, so like if he just doesn't
Let's get
shove,
back to that point because I want to hammer that point down. Ace, Jack, 6, 2 diamonds.
So how big was that?
65,000. But he actually won half.
Berkey with a bet, and Berkey's going to rep range here. When Berkey bets this flop on the Ace, Jack, 6, he's saying to Han, I'm going to have a limp range, and I can only have the strong hands. And since you didn't raise, you cannot have the strong hands. And a straight now for Han in the check mark. And big bet Berkey. Looks like a bet of something around middle pot, 600. And Han with the raise, and we'll see a snap fold from big bet Berkey here. Yeah, back to your point, Wayne, about the cards that wrap around or the equity around the high card. The better you get at poker, the more you see those things. Because if you would have asked me about that earlier in my career, or even when I started commentating in 2015, I probably wasn't a big fan of that. But then again, I probably wasn't used to playing as deep stack poker. So Wayne, the producer of the show, he also puts together off-stream games here at the bike. So sometimes I'm lucky enough to play in his off-stream games or some live at the bike games. And a lot of times I'm sitting a lot deeper than I play on stream, off-stream. It's just more comfortable not to be judged off-stream and to make mistakes and to make some weird plays. But those hands I'm putting in my arsenal to play a deep stack pot in position.
How long of a drive is it?
Double M opens on the gun +1 with 7s, aka the Candy Canes. PS' buddy smooth on the hijack, ace queen off. I think one difference spikes the queen. PS spikes the queen. Double M has 2 overcards, or sorry, an overpair to the 2 undercards, and that's usually a bet. Although you can mix checks if you're intending to induce bluffs from your opponent.
Yeah.
Betting up front's obviously denying equity over overcard against overcards. Oh my gosh, I haven't done this in a while.
I got you. It's like riding a bike.
To maneuver and stuff, you know what I mean? That's true. Or you should at least have a card on here as much as you come down here. I got a card.
PS is flat on the button and then call on the flop and then potential bet on the turn. Could be like, oh, I have pocket 2s.
That's because you don't have a card.
Well, the bottom card
It's a big hassle.
usually favors the caller's range because the better on the flop is not betting bottom pair.
Yep.
So Double M is forced to check. Even if he had pocket aces, he should be checking at a high frequency when a card favors his opponent's range. 5,100 in the pot, and it looks like a half pot size bet and a snap call.
Wow.
And you're going to see a lot of funky hands played between these two players. Not only are they best friends, but they probably are hyper competitive, want to beat each other, and have played a lot of high stakes poker against each other. Last week, Double M got PS for a couple $60,000 pots, I believe, or at least one. And on stream, he said, I don't feel bad because he's got me for almost a $500,000 pot. So there you go.
One of the things when I do private coaching, which I usually don't recommend, and because there's so many free resources online, but some people are insistent on having me, is like my example for a 3 to a something is like if you have king 9 suited and the flop's like 10-6, king 9 of hearts, the flop's 10-6-3-1 heart, and someone bets into you, and I show them if you raise, 1, you have fold equity, 2, if they happen to call, 40% of the deck makes your hand a draw or a pair, like with a heart or a jack or a queen, you know, king,
Oh yeah?
9, and people are just like mind blown by that.
Okay.
King Jack 4 on this flop.
You gonna try to go to the Super Bowl? Are you gonna try?
Yeah, I figure I might as well.
Double amp here, repping range.
All my life.
Can rep ace king,
Just a couple grand.
aces, kings, jacks. All the hands that would raise from under the gun.
Gets it through.
You have a bike? Don't
Nice,
they have a bike
nice.
there?
The
We
two
just
Broadway
talk
cards
somebody at the bike,
intimidate Victor enough
get-
to
buy a seat from them
get a
somehow.
fold.
I know you gotta be like big baccarat
It's
players.
a beautiful venue.
You
I'll
guys
tell
are
ya.
out here to play?
You're gonna
live in,
like,
uh,
you're gonna
in-
like the
let's see.
venue.
Results of the poll. Popular
Spectacular.
Well, I mean, I live.
poll says the biggest winner will be Matt Berkey at 58%, Eric Hicks at 19%, Double M at 15%, and C.J. James at 7%.
So you actually.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to go.
What's that? I have a place.
But yeah, when
here
I
in
show
Elvis, New York.
people
I heard
that I coach
even
that
crappy seats there are really
3
good,
to a
you know.
The whole
straight through to a
thing.
flush raise, I say, don't do this that often. It's just so you are more open to seeing things, especially in position.
Rich.
22.
Double M trying to go for the trifecta here.
If you plan on going anywhere,
Ace,
you probably
8,
gonna take
3.
it now.
I know.
Trifecta. It's not looking too good when PS flops top
You'll
2.
never get a seat if they make.
That's right. That's right. Wow, I didn't realize
And
it.
they gotta play Brady, is it Brady?
Double M playing deep stack poker, and I absolutely love. And it goes check, check, Wayne. Tricky, trappy from PS. And another check from Double
I
M.
mean, the thing is that it's likely to be a good Super Bowl regardless, because it's the Packers, Niners, Rams, and Tampa Bay all left from the NFC side.
Right.
So like, there isn't like really a dud. I guess if it's like San Francisco versus Cincinnati,
Yeah.
you might like get a break. But
Sorry,
even still,
23 there.
San Fran's so close.
And the river's
Yeah.
a 10. Ace King just does not feel too good on this board.
Is it possible the Rams can play?
King Queen gets there. Ace Jack and Ace 10. Maybe even pocket
They play
chance.
the championship.
Wow, and it goes check, check.
No, I don't. I don't.
Where would that game be?
In LA.
In LA?
Yeah.
That championship?
I
game?
think it's
Wow.
sorry.
That would
Man,
be
that's gonna be.
amazing. That'd be a great game to go to.
Yeah. So what are the
I thought he had
Rams'
straight.
And Double M needling his friend like, you check that. But in reality, 500 big blinds deep. PS also didn't like that he can lose to those hands, although I think you could still get a bet out of Ace King and Ace Queen.
Weather, yeah, that's gonna be
You think,
brutal.
do you like bet fold to check raise as a standard, but then, double one's tricky, so it feels like if you bet, you kind of protect yourself from.
I get what you're saying. You're saying from a strategy standpoint, you can fold to a check raise if the player is very nitty,
Yep.
or it's a recreational player that doesn't have it in him. But at a game
Wow,
theory
friendly.
option, it becomes very close as well, because you do lose to a bunch of hands if it goes check raise. But like Doyle Brunson said, and it's one of my favorite quotes, and I tell this to myself when I'm in a tough spot,
I'm gonna make sure there's
you
no
worry
walk-
about that bridge when you get to it. So PS should just play his hand on the river as a bet, and if he gets check raised, then worry about that bridge. That scary bridge with monsters under it, and maybe some aggressive owls that haven't eaten in months, and that bridge is scary and might be falling apart. Then you get to it, but you need to put the bet to realize that
One of us
bridge.
is gonna go to the Super Bowl.
Unfortunately, I did that against John Cohen. He check raised my semi bluff, and I just folded like a wuss. And chat's like scared money. That hand, you commentate on, and because of my relationship with John, I think you did say it's balanced bet between a check, and because of my relationship with John, I think I should have checked. It's a very small point, just in retrospect.
Queen 9-7. This is a straddle hand. Berkey with the heart. And a bet of $1,000, which is effectively 2.5 big blinds with the straddle in the mix.
Ace hard?
And Berkey's hand's obviously easier to play than C.J. James
Never
as he
the
has a flush draw
I
and
know.
can
If you
bomb
want, you can.
things on scary cards. For C.J. James, that's just ace jack high, no heart.
What have I done?
You start. He said, "Is that a straddle
I
round?"
just,
And
Yeah,
it's
I
like, if you
briefly
want it,
just
that's
like
all the cool kids do,
complained to
right?
John
So,
Cohen
yeah,
about
that's
the
like
hand,
a
and he
round.
just like rolled his eyes. He's like, "Come on, that hand's so lame."
He's not gonna
Like
waste
I just folded to a semi-bluff. It's like not even a big deal.
Straddle's still on.
I don't remember the exact hand, but I remember telling you to check because the turn card or the river card favors John Cohen's range a bunch. So if you aspire to play mid and high stakes poker, sometimes you got to look at a hand from a distance as two napkins and just which range affects which card affects which range or favors which range, and then you deviate and exploit. So against someone like John Cohen, if a card definitely favors his range, you definitely have to check a lot because he will take advantage of that aspect. And here Han goes raising to an interesting number of 6,900. I always wonder, and I do this a lot too, Wayne, big squeeze play and then a weird number. I do the same. Some people get tilted. They're like, why would you make it worse on
Yeah.
the dealer by now they have to kind of like chop out a bunch of different stacks to get there instead of making it 7,000 or 6,500.
20,000.
Wow, and Han putting in the 4-bet.
Oh,
Victor,
putting
sorry.
in the 4-bet.
Victor putting in the 4-bet. The animal that I told you guys about at the beginning of the show. This was straddled, so Han started with about 125 big blinds. Let's defer back to how Han proceeds here.
10,000.
And Han folds. Shout out to Harbs in the chat. Thank you for the young Thundercat for answering my stupid questions on how poker is nowadays, NFTs, DeFi kingdoms, all the stuff the young Thundercats are very knowledgeable about, and you know, old ass people like me are like, hey, what's going on? Lovely and hilarious, witty Veronica Brill. Hope to have her on the Live with Bike commentary
I objected.
in the near future.
13.
Maybe with a Lyman.
No.
There's a question why Berkey is playing so short. So it's my fault. Obviously Berkey's unlimited bankroll, but like I didn't give him enough warning on the game conditions, and when I just slipped my mind, and when I told him, he's like, oh, and I was like, oh, damn it, it's my bad. So don't blame the Sulfur Master.
So Double M is going to rep range here. He is initial raiser and can rep aces and kings and ace king.
Thank you.
Shout out to the almost 25,000 of you in the YouTube chat. Wayne, both of us are pretty good at shout outs. You might be a little bit better. You want to take this away?
Shout out to Mad Benjamin, Nick from Yuma, who also come to my stream, and Nick from Yuma needling me, saying, Wayne, can I see your graph? Because I'm so proud of my global poker graph. Albert, I'm here. And what's up? Just an Asian, John.
Victor, good try.
I don't even know. Ken Raft videos, the lovely Veronica. Mitch Hecht, what's up? Let's Gamble, what's up? Kev Street, Jim Marshall, a whole bunch of new wild animals here. Eric Liu, there's a lot of Eric Lius. And PS with the ace and the king. I get so, like, I get so upset when people complain about ace king. Ace king is such a good hand. Berkey calling with the king 3 of diamonds on the button in position. These guys are. Well, PS is very deep.
10-6-5. So this is going to be an interesting spot. This is like the spot that we've been talking about all show so far.
3 to a flush, 3 to a straight.
And Berkey just kicks that one in.
Berkey is not that shallow, actually. He's got 250 big blinds. For live at the bike standards, you know, since we have people who are 500 big blinds deep, but like in normal games, that's like, you know, 5-5 at the bike is 1K max. That's 200 big blinds. And the 5-10 here is 3K max, 300 big blinds.
Is that super stud?
No, super stud. You get.
And of course, online, you know, games are frequently capped at 100 big blinds, unless it's a deep stack game. So 250 blinds, definitely not shallow.
Omaha High, Omaha 8, no one hold them, and then.
No, when I was playing with you, it was just those.
Okay, yeah,
There was no stud.
You said no limit stud was fun, right?
the best. I love it.
What's up, Sandy Joy?
Low, too.
Yeah. Stud.
Super fan, live at the bike super fan. Thanks for tuning in.
God, no limit split pot game.
It's
Like
just the best.
absolute torture.
The absolute best.
Is Casper in the chat?
It's just like
That sounds like a
it's so scary going low.
Yup,
Oh.
shout out to Casper Poker.
What's up, Casper?
I mean, you can just put a lot of pressure on guys. So it's like, you know, if you have a mid
Open
low,
from
the
Berkey.
guy doesn't know if you have a good,
First
not
raise
high
is
or low.
1,000, then 35.
I believe there's a 3-bet from Han. And Han, indeed,
Total pretty boring.
3-bet with Ace-King. Victor already with the cold 4-bet earlier with 2
People
tens.
buying usually for like around.
Let's
50.
defer back to
That's a
Victor
bullet.
on what he feels is right. Everything's on the table here
That's one
in
bullet.
No Limit Hold'em.
Bullet per night, you know.
You can 3-bet a 4-bet sometimes, you can call sometimes, and you can fold sometimes. Player dependent. I know you guys want a definitive right answer here, but that is the absolutely truest answer from a poker strategy standpoint.
1 second.
So Han had about like 260 big blinds to start.
It's a straddle.
Oh, Sage straddle, sorry. So about 130 big blinds.
Something around there, yes, that seems correct. King, Jack, Deuce. Usually in these spots, small bet precedes the 4-bet out of position, something like a quarter pot, especially with Victor with the backdoor club draw to go along with his gut shot.
8,000.
And Victor bets a little bit over a quarter pot size bet. And let's see how Han dissects this. Does he go with an aggressive line here? Does he flat and let Victor barrel off? Both lines seem very good.
1 second.
I prefer the latter of flatting here and letting Victor bet. Also, Victor can still have pocket kings and aces, Wayne.
Yeah.
Similar spot that we talked to off
Even
stream
jacks.
before.
Yeah.
Turn Jack of Diamonds. 45,700 in the pot. Han with a half pot size bet, a little bit more than half pot size bet back. Let's defer back to Victor. And Han checks this one back. River is a 5, does not change the board. Remember, these 4-bet ranges are very narrowed ranges. We've seen Victor bluff in these spots. He's very capable.
Victor does have the ace of
And
clubs.
Victor puts Han all in a snap call by Han. And Han is going to be short of $100 for a $100,000 pot, Wayne.
Like that.
I feel like you should just jump in there and throw 100 in that stack just so you can say he won a $100,000 pot today on this $1 million cash game.
Just make it a splash pot, just throw in, you know, a couple $100 bucks.
All that drama.
Yeah, I mean, Han did have the option of ripping pre with around 130 bigs, give or take a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, that was a lot of stress. You just go all in.
And of course, JJ loves the blockers. Victor had the ace of clubs, and you know, Victor's move could have blown Han off ace queen. Get Han to potentially fold queens, tens.
5 hours. You get 1 per hour for 5 hours. You understand that stuff? Like, yeah.
Chat's going fast, but if you have any questions for Wayne and I, jump in the mix. Wayne and I are not only do we work together, but we're really good friends, so we'll answer as long as there's a lull in the action.
Berkey asked me before stream if I was going to play, and I'll battle with them one of these days in the future, especially after the new announcements. But one thing is, especially today's game, and you know, there's a lot of popular people who aren't here that are actually just waitlisted. Just unfortunately, with a sexy game like this, there's going to be a lot of demand, and we only have 8 seats normally.
King 5-4 rainbow, 2 pair for double M.
14.
PS is going to bet 1,400. Han with 3 to a straight through to a flush in position. He's going to call MM with bottom 2. We have liftoff.
Raise. 35.
Very small raise. Fold and a fold.
And you could see PS sees the matrix of the poker that we're talking about, playing deep stack. And he has backdoor spade draw, backdoor straight draws, and wants to see a hand in position.
Yeah.
So I just checked on our back page. We're 275 subs away from 187,000. Can you help us out or help us up over the hump and smash that sub button? And you guys can put in the poll whether you're going to smash the sub button tonight or not. Or if you just sub, thank you very much. Much appreciation from Wayne, myself, JJ, Brian, Alex, and the rest of the Live at the Bike team. We're out here grinding, Wayne.
Grinding, like the Clips.
The Neptunes.
From ghetto to ghetto, backyard to yard.
Boom. Almost 3,000 of you in the YouTube chat. How many are in the Twitch chat, Wayne?
I don't know. Let me look it up. Oh, sorry. I've been here in so long. It's about, oh, this can't be right. It's got to be more than
7-4, and we have Ace King versus Pocket Queens, and one of my favorite battles on all of Live at the Bike, C.D. James and Eric, the Mad Genius. Top pair, top kicker for Eric. Turn is a jack. These players have a lot of history. I've noticed that James will check it over to Eric and give him a lot of leash because Eric loves to play aggressive for C.D. James and a bet of $6,000. And a snap call from Seed 8 James. Almost $19,000 in the pot. River is a 5 of diamonds. The straights and the front door flush does improve. How thin will Eric go? Let's defer to Eric. And Eric is going to go for half the size of the pot. Shout out to Gary Reyna, who told me betting half the size of the pot is neither good nor bad nor the best, but it's somewhere in the middle. And Eric chooses that half pot size bet. C.J. James with the queen of diamonds. He does have removal to a queen high flush and king queen. And C.J. James does make the disappointing lay down. Well
Great
done.
fold. Great fold.
Is someone else coming?
As far as I know, there was somebody else on the list, but I don't know.
So one thing being a host at the bike and producer live at the bike, it's awkward. Like playing against players, you might be susceptible to joke bets. But you know, I definitely have no issues battling with, you know, super pros like Matt Berkey. I played Doug Polk heads up, and I obviously know he's a dog, but you know, I'll play for camera.
Wayne, we all know you are a favorite, okay?
I troll myself with, like, I asked Ryan Fee, I'm like, how big of a dog was I? Was it double digits or triple digits BB minus BB per 100?
And he probably told you 4%
He didn't.
underdog, which means you would lose whatever, how many hands you played. The math is tough, but
Yeah.
your edge is very small, especially you played an hour sample. It's tiny.
Yeah, it's
10,
tiny.
25.
That's why, like, I don't know if you remember, like, you asked me, you're like, oh, dude, it's Doug Polk. Why are you playing? I'm like, dude, it's just an hour, man. I got a video for all time.
Yeah, that was earlier in my career. Now I probably would have took up that offer as well nowadays.
I don't think you knew I battled a lot, like, online mostly, but in the live streets, I would just, you know, play. I played DJF heads up, like, a lot of different games. 7-card stud, no limit hold'em, minimum. Like, I actually forgot about our stud match, and then he reminded me. So.
Be watching you guys.
Adding on, Victor? How much that? 30? 40. Victor added 40,000. Re-raise.
Good seeing you.
James re-raised it to 15.
Nice to meet you, Charles.
You want 20?
15.
Whoa, James getting the mix. 3-betting with the queen 10 suited.
I'm telling you, these two players are going to battle a bunch today. King, king, deuce.
I was literally going to call out a similar flop. But James is going to... I was going to say king 7 too. Like, I want that. Or, sorry, king 8 too. I wanted the flop to be king 8 too.
Turn 3, that's when you know Wayne is above the rim. Not only does he know a balanced strategy, he can predict the cards river a jack. And Eric is going to win this one with ace high.
Pretty hand.
What do you want your name on the graph? Oh yeah, they want to know that as well. 60? 60,000.
Shout out to Charles, who just jumped in the mix. I love how Charles is such a beast. He just buys in with all big chips. Have you noticed that every week? I've commentated on 3 or 4 times.
I didn't really notice, but I helped him get his chips, so I knew beforehand what was going on.
He does this every time, and it's good. I mean, he always knows how much he has, which is pretty amazing to know. I feel like when I'm playing tournaments, I'm always stacking up my chips, counting after every few hands.
Wickman 179, like 2040 mix has been going 1 to 2 times, or sorry, 1 or 2 tables almost daily at the bike. I'm in the mix. Just shout out to Dan Zach, who just gives me short tutorials on the hands. I'm sure I'm playing pretty bad for his standards, but above the rim for my opponent's standards.
Re-raise. 42. He called. He's a raise to 6 and double rim. And everyone called to Eric to re-raise. 42.
Eric Hicks with the 3-bet squeeze to 4,200.
Then I came out to college in the real life.
Really?
Yeah, so childhood in New England, cold, that's okay.
Let's do another round of straddle.
Yeah.
No, no.
Oh, where did you
I host in mixed game vlogs because there's a lot of games that developed since I released the older ones like Drum Ha, Deuce of 7, Drum Ha High, Badusi, Badasi.
But as a kid,
Everyone knows I just like a lot of guys that know their home. It's not like I'm like so good. It just I've seen so many hands live and online that just I want a little variety.
100 here, 200 there.
Shout out to the 18% in the poll that said that they just subbed. Much love to you from Live at the Bike.
Thank you.
so do you live in Vegas now?
Yeah.
Permanent? Okay.
Yeah.
What part?
Southwest, like near Mountain's Edge.
Oh, okay.
So just off of Buffalo. Blue
Okay.
Diamond. Yeah, it's nice.
Nice
development.
area.
14. Raise, 14.
You play golf?
I've never golfed.
Really?
I've
Sorry?
played a
Poker player?
yeah, I've
all
played like a
games
par
got
3 once or
raised to
twice.
14.
It- I can only handle one mental sport at a time. I
Right,
can't play
right.
poker. I'll just be too hard on myself.
Eric Hicks coming with another aggressive raise pre-flop to 1400.
Fun.
It's too sharky, it's like everybody's sandbagging
I know.
their handicaps.
I know.
Jack 10-8.
The Shadow Creek is beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard.
Because I live on a golf course.
Okay.
North Ranch Country Club.
Okay, yeah,
So,
Yeah, I lived
Two
on Spanish
pair
Trails for 3 or
For
4 years.
PS and a bet.
so you're living a good life.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up pretty poor. I love home though. I wish I could go back more.
Mm-hmm.
Very different than here. Well, Vegas, whatever.
Now where you from?
Pittsburgh?
You ever go to Barks?
Sorry?
You ever go to Barks?
Never. I hear the 10-10 game's good, but I had graduated out of it by the time it was a thing.
Fifteen.
Once again, this is $1 million cash game. There's over $1 million on this table at the moment. Raise from Berkey, 1,500, and we're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Queen 9-8, 2 hearts. Top pair for double M. Checks through 6 of hearts on the turn. Completes the 3 flush. Nobody with the heart in their hand. Double M still with 70% equity.
34.
Bet of 3,400 from Han. With air in his hand, but pretty big heart in his chest to start bluffing 4 ways. River, King of Hearts. 13,300 in the pot. And Han is going to go for the double barrel. And this is going to work. $9,500 and a snapful from Double M, and we're going to see a lot of aggressive pots this evening with these players in the mix.
Outside of the weather.
Just the weather. I'm not kidding. The weather.
Yeah. You found your first career here, I assume?
Yeah.
And you can tell, Wayne, that this is a big game
Yeah. I saw
because
that.
you can notice that these players stop talking in between hands. Table talk, Matt Berkey starts chatting it up back with Seed 8 James. Big pot unfolds. Back to action and giving these players silence, which we don't see that often, but this game is huge this Friday.
Try it.
15. 36. Call.
Three bet by Han. Matt Berkey with 2 Cowboys. Matt Berkey out of position. Probably a big 4 bet. Something really bulky.
11,500.
How much did big bet Berkey make this? 11,500. Went about 3.25. Out of position with his 4 bet.
10 plus.
Big bet Berkey's 4 bet. Is going to get the job done with 2 Cowboys. Also known as number 2.
It was for you, Jim. 7? 165 total.
I thought he was seated.
Yeah,
Well, technically, we're 8-handed right now. We're 8-handed.
he has a good point.
Yeah, it's true.
Remember when Poker Bunny was upset?
He is 8, right? He pulled the 5, no? Or am I just
Not really narrowing it down for me.
She was so
Technically, you're
upset
right,
with
yeah.
that collection.
Yeah, because we're 8-handed.
So we just pulled the 9.
Money, you know.
Okay.
What was the flop? It was ace something?
Ace, 9, 7.
Yeah, see, your problem with it is you could lose all your
Bad
money.
board for me.
For you?
I get
Okay.
it.
Do I get
I get it.
change or no? Or we're good?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's
I'll
okay.
give you change. I'm just keeping the game going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no
Once
worries.
again, boys and girls, we are playing with an action clock.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep the game going.
These kings
So
are
these
good
players have 30
You
seconds
know,
to
it's good pre,
act
but not so much after the
every
flop.
street.
Kind of garbage.
They get 5 time chips. Each time chip worth 1 minute. The reason why we give 5, since it's a 5-hour show. They will replenish after the 5 hours. Each time chip worth 1 minute. If a player runs out of time chips during a hand, his hand will be declared dead. So those time chips are worth value.
Solves anything. Like it's just, you know, of course, like are they running kind of some kind of simulation?
Yeah, it's all Monte Carlo.
It's what?
It's Monte Carlo.
It's what?
It's all Monte Carlo. So no, I'm being serious. That-
So I
yeah,
studied
this all was just all do Monte Carlo simulation. It's
but
not
I picked
like
up poker.
it's not
I
a
was a
closed
baseball
form
player.
solution to poker. They just have
And
all
all I
these
cared
like
about was
strategies and they run them billions of times.
What position?
Right.
Pitch.
So
So
it's actually the same way that that Tesla does their
So-
James, it's your shadow?
I got my degree in comp sci, but
It's
like,
not,
I never
it's not
interned.
close form.
I never wanted to
I'm
do
really
that.
Some of the chat regs.
And I just happened to follow the
Can you guys hear the table talk when I tone down
well, they actually
my
do that
speaking?
a
I
couple
want to
years
make
ago.
sure you guys can hear them loud and clear.
Yeah, but I mean.
Matt Berkey with my favorite hand, 2-8 is going to open.
Play against, you know, top players and, yeah, I got it tried before when you showed me, right? And the one in the shoe.
Nick from Yuma, shout out. Sandy Joy, Mark from CT, let me know. I see you guys in the chat. Can you guys hear the table audio?
Oh,
That was my bad for not bringing it in. There was a lot going on.
There's so
1,000
many
total.
edge cases.
Right.
So like they'll bet like 10 times pot like in the middle of like a hand and you
Right.
just like and you just have to fold and they do that over and over. So it doesn't actually train you to play against humans
Oh,
because
really?
no one's gonna actually.
Ace A7,
Well,
Rainbow.
Well, unless you're playing this guy.
Now I have to find a 10x pot shove.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, maybe this game.
We're just gonna check down to the river and
Yes.
be like, oh,
Yeah. If you do that, I will fold.
sure.
6 is new.
We actually did a I don't know if it was a study or what it was, but it was a few years ago. A bunch of pros playing against
I
computers,
only took
and it was computer science
because
and
I
alpha both
had
sides,
aptitude
computer
in math, and the market was
I really
bullshit
can't
in
believe it.
2000.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's.
I mean, nobody's made that
So
available.
like my dad
for
was a
everyone.
chemical
Maybe
engineer.
we
He
should
switched.
together.
He got his comp
You
sci
know,
degree the
just
same time
make
I
that
did.
a-
Really?
a bot that people can play against.
And I just
I think the
didn't
reason
really
why
want
people
to
can do it
do anything
are,
but sports. So my
are,
my advisor was like, look, you have to
use
pick a
them for
major in
cheating.
sophomore. I'm like,
you know.
tell me what I should do.
But-
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Okay, if you really have a bot that can play.
Writing
I
algorithms
think
is
it's
fun.
a,
The actual programming part,
you can do it with
I
just
wouldn't wish upon.
pure
I wish
intelligence
that
now,
happened.
right?
It's just so.
They can just plug in the rules of poker, the blinds, whatever, and have the computer play stuff. Does it write the program?
I just wasn't good
When it
enough.
does? You know, when it, like,
I
when,
was
you know,
left-handed, which gave me an advantage, but I topped out like 84, 85, so about 10 miles away from ever making a career.
Queen 7-6, 2 clubs. PS with a bet repping range, also with some backdoor equity to a straight. Berkey's not going to fold a pair versus a bet. Turn 2 of spades.
I bet somebody has it.
Double barrel from PS and a call by Matt Berkey.
Mainframe has it solved.
River is a
If
deuce.
they figured out
Brick.
this and go, and alpha zero, you know about that, right? Did you, like within a day, it was the world. They just called it the world of chess, nothing else. And by the end of the day, it was the world's strongest computer, the world's strongest player.
That happens in 80, but that's called.
And a triple barrel from PS saying he has a queen. King, queen, ace, queen.
Because it was trained by grandmasters, Deep Blue was. But alpha, so what's really
Deep Blue was not trained by anything, it's just a.
No, it was. It was. In fact, Kasparov.
And Matt Berkey, who says, I've never felt so milked, flips over 2 pair, jacks and deuces
I believed you.
His strongest opponent.
for the win.
He felt it was like cheating. Like, you know, the openings, everything was designed around beating him.
No, I see what you're saying. So the word you're using for training is different from what I refer to. Nowadays, by training, we're
Right.
getting into a lot of data. That part is
Thank you guys again, the 16% of you in the poll that just subbed, and the 45% of you who are already subs to our channel. Much love to you guys. Shout out.
Whatever.
We did bump up just over that question, something like 50 subs, so thank you guys.
And they're
If you're
constantly
smart,
human
you can always
intervention.
find a market, right? And like honestly, poker was a brand new market.
The
So
interesting
like I
thing
got in
about
early. If I had to start now, I almost certainly
It's called
would.
zero because they did no programming to it. Right. And
It was like
the
fun and
first one they
exploratory
did
and
could
simulated
be the
sports a
world
little bit.
champion in chess,
Nice.
right? But they plugged all the grandmaster games into it and they taught.
Thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys have friends that love poker, tell them there's $1 Million Cash Game 6.0. And send them a link to the YouTube or Twitch or Facebook.
Ace, king, king.
That's it. And then they
C.J. James
figure out.
with the king. It goes check through turn 6. C.J. James bets 1,000 and a call from Big Bet Berkey. Should we call him Big Call Berkey after that Jack 4 call? River's an 8, 3,400 in the pot. Berkey, who just got sticky, does he get sticky again here?
Getting sticky with it.
And Berkey says it worked before. Let me give it a whirl.
Then my question is when they do that, is
Or not.
what they run,
And says no.
Good fold.
What a good call, like those freaking jacks.
I just realized you bet really
played
big.
you.
Oh yeah.
Jacks?
Like when,
Yeah.
That
if
could
they
have
were
been
to
a big
create a
pot.
program.
Yeah, you got me
that
good
way,
that day.
If you could buy mainframe.
No, I really
do
didn't
that,
get you good.
right?
Fold it.
Could you take it and put it on a regular computer?
I wish I didn't just give it big.
Nikki
I
B
wish I
says
Yeah.
Berkey the
I wish I
GOAT.
would've just lost it all to you that hand,
Once
'cause
it's
I
learned
just
the
wasn't
game.
going anywhere.
In
Yeah.
other words, it's like creating a program.
Michael Schultz, I will not be golfing with Lyman anymore. That was a one-time for the video.
you know, you can just take and put it on another computer and use it. Like a home computer, for example.
Eric,
Yeah.
it's your strat.
I mean,
We can talk about that too. I'm just streaming.
that could have been a
On the
huge
strat?
pot
Yes.
with anybody else.
So it is the last turn?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
that's
I
what
even checked the flop.
Good. You can read out the poll.
We got a poll here. Eric Hicks versus Matt Berkey. Heads up. Who you got? Yes, no, or Wayne.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Let's. I'm gonna redo that $1 million cash game poll. Let's do that again.
PS raising up. Ace 8 off.
Good pro.
Han with the 69 defending the big
Yeah.
line. They're straddling. Eric Hicks getting in the mix.
Yeah.
Jack 7
Better than
suited.
500, it's fine.
I just believe you. Sometimes I
Ah,
just believe you.
Yeah.
Not easy to make you believe it.
Shout out to 6bet J7 on Global Poker. Battle him a lot.
Did you play late last night?
Yes, I slept at 6.
8, 7, 6.
I will finish it at
Very
5.
dynamic board. PS with top. Gonna put in a bet. Han with an open-ended and a pair. Eric Hicks also with the pair. And some backdoor stuff going on. Brick on the turn changes absolutely nothing. PS continues aggression 3 ways and Han with the call. Straight for Han, who's already up over 50,000 on this stream.
Han's out of position, so he's got to make a decision. And he's going to bet out.
Big bet.
500.
Big bet Han in the mix.
Big bet Han. Good fold by PS. Can't really beat any legitimate, you know, calling out a position then fire out river.
All right, new poll dropped. A
Eric
little bit
Hicks.
corrected.
Eric Hicks versus Matt Berkey. Heads up. Who you got, Eric or Matt Berkey?
Make sure you guys put your vote in the poll, and we could probably make that happen sometime.
Sure. These guys are friends and enemies, aka frenemies. Little friendly competition.
Shout out to you guys in the YouTube chat. You guys are crushing it really hard this evening. Almost 500 likes in the first hour. Might be the most likes I've seen in the first hour. The destroyers in the YouTube chat. Love it. Seed 8 James with the bump up. Han with the call, and look at that eye gaze by Eric Hicks. And a pretty liberal call here from his big blind versus this massive bet pre-flop. Eight, 5 deuce, 2 spades. Gutter ball for Eric Hicks. Bottom pair for Han, and a bet from
23.
Seed 8 James. Less matrixy going on this hand for backdoors. but can still make a straight. And Han with the peel and Eric with the gut shot. Eric's going to put those cards in the muck.
Heads up.
Turn 7. Diamonds. A spot that should go check, check at a very high frequency now that James turns a pair. James thinks otherwise.
Value.
Always a nice fill-in, Wayne, when you're bluffing the flop and now going for value on the turn.
That's it.
Han's gonna call.
River, Jack of clubs. Han has not believed yet. And seat 8, James going for another street of value, Wayne. This is pretty intense.
Soul read.
James knows that his hand looks like a bricked out flush draw. He's hoping to get called by a 5 or a deuce. And seat 8, James gets paid.
Shut up.
A $28,700 pot, and that is what you call a range merge.
Han correctly read the situation on the flop,
The old value bluff. Never fails.
and he was probably expecting like bigger cards.
Maybe not.
James
You know exactly where you are, yeah. Maybe
betting
not.
with bigger
Look,
cards.
I take it back.
If it was on mid hand,
I don't
but he
know,
hit the
like,
7.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Better be.
Have a conversation with James later.
I told him earlier today. I told him I got it, and he had a better hand.
There.
Well, man.
He flipped it
You never
over
know
and
what
he's
these
like, I guess I don't.
characters-
To be fair, he
Well, they
thought you
call
had
me a
two
legend
options,
here,
so-
but,
200 votes so far in the poll. Wayne will shut down this poll at around 400 votes. Eric versus Matt Berkey, heads up. Who you guys got in the chat?
Up to you.
I'm going to go with
when
my
I
boy
say
Eric
with
Hicks.
conviction,
Mad genius.
Well, I gotta go with Matt Berkey then. Gotta keep it balanced.
Matt Berkey could keep solving for Y.
Someone's
Eric
better.
Genius. Eric Genius. Eric Hicks, the Mad Genius. His name rings true in that.
We'll try to make it happen. I'll, you know, we'll have a little friendly bet like JJ and I always have.
14.
I feel like we're about even on those
I
bets.
think so. We don't bet very often.
Nah, they're like small bets.
I don't actually like top bets. So I always feel bad like one person just knows what's going on.
Queen 8-3, 2 clubs. Han's gonna rep the button, flatting range like Queen Jack and Queen 10, some straight draws here on this Queen 8-3. Looks like the majority of the voters got Big Bet Berkey on this bet so far, or this vote, this poll.
Calling for Landon Tice. Are you in the chat? Solve for Y rep. Young Thundercat, friend of Harbs. I always feel bad asking like Landon and Harbs like dumb questions that like, you know, the young cool kids would know and like the old fogies like wouldn't know.
6.
It's probably not true. I just imagine them going, "Oh my God, Wayne's so old."
PS with the raise. Actually, that's most likely a straddle, I would assume. Oh, maybe it was a raise and call from double M. 8-8-4. High C-bet frequency from PS. Big bet. Spot where double M probably wants to check raise a bunch since he can turn some draws, but versus that bet, very tough. Double M proceeds with the call and the
Ooh, that's a
backdoor
spicy turn.
7 of spades, backdoor draw for Double M with a straight draw and a flush draw.
We have liftoff. JJ and I knew that was happening.
Spot where Double M wanted to go for a check raise on the flop, but now that he turns more equity, goes for a check raise on the turn.
These guys know each other so well. Oh, I think PS like suspected something was going on, but his hand was just a little too weak as like, you know, he loses the ace high as well. AK, Garrett and Andy will be back. Andy's in Taiwan right now. Garrett had a lot of vacations, and he's back in the city, but he's sicker than your average.
Man, they're both missing out on $1 million cash game. They're probably at home right now, or Taiwan, or wherever Garrett resides, and thinking, how am I not at the bicycle for $1 million cash game? Garrett Adelstein, a part of the first $5 million cash games. Here is officially number 6.
There's 6, the bonus one. He was involved in the bonus
Oh,
one.
that's true. The bonus one was probably the sickest one.
This is
as well.
technically our 7th, yeah. The bonus one is my favorite that was put together by JJ Garza.
I remember commentating that one 2019. And I had headaches that whole week and stuff. I'm pretty sure I had COVID that week of 2019. And I remember coming in here commentating on it. Nowadays, that's a very big no-no to show up somewhere sick.
Yeah.
You know, back then it wasn't. 4,300 in the pot, 3-bet by Eric Hicks. King 9-4, 2 clubs, straight draw, flush draw for the Mad Genius.
2,000. Say at least 5 times faster, if not more.
And Eric with the universe draw takes down his Berkey. Doesn't grab a piece of that.
Depends on dealer too. Some dealers are a lot slower than others.
When are we gonna fix these machines, speaking of?
This machine works.
But just,
When the show goes down and we switch to regular cards, we'll be using the
oh,
machine.
that's right, that's right.
Yeah, it's
that's
the
right.
RFID cards just
That
they
makes
jam up
Yeah,
in
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Starting around?
Are we?
Whatever you want to do, James.
Yeah.
James starting to straddle around.
Straddle round in progress, Wayne.
Start off on the button, now we hear.
I like how James throws it out. Matt Berkey says, are we doing a round? James is captain and says, yep.
2,000.
Nice for you because if you get stuck, you just
Raise
bump
from
it.
Charles.
Yeah, it's like, all right, guys, I'm down enough. Let's play some 2-4.
Heads up.
And I know you can buy him.
Ace, ace, 8, flush
Not
draw
down here, but I'm
versus
saying
trip
is,
aces. And let's see how big this pot blows up.
if they took Aria chips here, I'd be fine.
And they don't say,
Can make a, what you could do is to do a cashier check from our.
Pair for PS with some showdown
Yeah,
value.
Just find out like too late. Like,
As
I
he
would need a couple
thinks.
days notice.
This 4 might be good versus something like King Queen as well.
Take a cashier back to,
Do they, so if you come here with a cashier check, it's instantaneous? Like there's no,
yeah,
there's no
they'll
time
call,
delay?
they'll call quick.
they will call and verify.
Right in 5 minutes.
That's super helpful, actually.
Yeah, that's a good one to know.
It used to be years ago, I used to just go to the bank, get.
Bricks out for
40,000 in
PS,
a day,
but
get
still with the
30,000.
4.
Now it's
Yeah,
like-
yeah. You can't even do that now. You have to like call ahead
You
of time
can't,
and
yeah,
order money.
but the banks don't like it either.
No, I know. Yeah.
No matter what you have in your account, they don't like it.
Yeah, like wires take too much time.
Yeah,
When you
right, they do.
Raise.
It's
Sorry, bet.
traditional.
PS, who bricks out now, leads into Charles.
It's like
Who is definitely not folding.
you're paying this. you're
Yeah,
paying this
Charles
third-party
is wondering,
entity to like both protect your money and
does
also,
PS have a
give you
worse
access to it. And they're like,
ace?
okay,
Should I raise it up?
in our
Could
time.
PS actually have a full house and I should just call?
No interest too.
First a big sizing. Let's defer back to Charles.
Yeah, if anything, it's like negative interest.
Heads up. Raise. 30,000.
And PS has nothing to call with. Oh, well, I guess he has a pair of fours. He could bluff catch against a brick flush draw.
Charles bets 3 main event seats. He just bet 2022, 23, and 24 on that raise on the river. Just to put it into context how much that bet is. It shows PS the ace.
Charles, super nice guy.
The other one an ace. 2 aces.
Shows the ace. If you guys couldn't hear the background that we're talking about, like, the money's just hard to transfer from place to place because Berkey resides in Vegas and we are in Los Angeles.
So
And obviously Berkey has infinite, and I just, yeah, our communication was poor. I'm going to take the blame. Like, with this action game, he would want to put, like, dollar bills on the table.
So, just to let you know, Matt Berkey's really good friend is John Morgan. I met John Morgan during the main event. John said he would love to come play, by the way. I didn't get his number by playing with him the last 2 days. And almost every end of the day or break, he's like, JJ, let me give you my... He loves our show, by the way, John. And he knew who I was based on my commentary and watches Fridays. So you can tell Big Bet Berkey, John will know myself, and he'll bring... John actually has a house in LA as well as Nevada. So John had a pretty epic run. He's played on Poker Go, but he did better than me in the main event. He made it to day 6, I believe. So shout out to John Morgan if you're watching Matt Berkey play right now.
Shout out.
You can also get my number or Wayne's number through Matt if you're watching right now. If not, Matt can make the connection.
Fold, all in for 9,000. And we're 26,000 effective, so like I really can't do anything but shove. I shoved, he just shrugged it and calls. Like, fuck. How am I beat you? This is sick. I got him even and I got me even in the same hand.
Fold.
12.
And here's the result, 73%. Say Matt Berkey, 26% Eric Hicks. I don't think Eric Hicks is going to like those results. JJ and I are just, you know, betting on people for fun, but we might make this happen.
Jack 6-4, double M with 2 queens and an overpair versus a pair of 4s versus Han. 1/3 sizing from double M. Wants to keep Han's range wide. Remember, when these players bet smaller, their opponent has to call wider. Turn 10 of diamonds, bringing a flush draw. Check by Han and a $5,000 pot size bet from double M.
A lot of people ask me what Double M's real name is. His name's Marshall Mathers. Just Google him. He's done some stuff. Google Marshall Mathers. Last name is spelled M-A-T-H-E-R-S, Mathers.
Eric, it's your straddle. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I was gonna try to play the main last year, the first time ever. I even, you know, sold some pieces for fun, small pieces to the LATV team, and then ended up I couldn't play due to so much work here. But I did play one event, and I'll talk about it
8.
after Charles raises up with the King 3 of clubs. James calls queen 10 off on the button. Big bet Berkey, 8-6 of clubs. Shouts to Wino Poker. And Han rolling with a 6-5. The BB, Eric Hicks in the straddle with the deuce 4. You know he's never folding this. Shout out to 24. Shout out to David Fury, executive producer of 24, who I play poker with.
Patty came and did it, Marvin. Patty came and did
King
it.
5-5. Han with trip fives.
Take it.
Charles with the king. We know Charles is quite sticky. We're going to see some bets going in on this pot. Charles with the bet and a slow play by Han. I absolutely love this. It's a spot where Han can be way behind by fives with weaker kickers, or a spot where he has the whole deck crushed. You see Charles with just 5% equity. And Charles keeps betting, and Han keeps keeping Charles's range wide. Let's see if Han proceeds with a raise here or just a flat call. I think both are just fine. And Han says hammer time over 8,000.
8,300.
$8,300 in $1 million cash game 7. Or as our title reads, 6.
And Charles with a good laydown.
The star of the show is this guy's hair. I'll get your hair too.
I got a king.
If you would like to jump in the poll, I'm kind of curious what kind of strategy you guys play at home. It says, what style of poker do you play? I know what style I play. I play a balanced strategy, but your votes are there. GTO, exploitive, balance, or maniac. I play a balanced approach. Wayne plays more of an exploitive approach. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I obviously have.
Let's pause that. Let's get to the cumulative winnings real quick. Han up 32,000 in our first hour and a half. Eric up 28,000. Charles up 11,000. Big bet Berkey up 5,000. C8 James down 1,700. Double M down 4,000. PS and Victor, the two big spenders, down at this moment. Victor down 4 main event seats. PS down 3 main event seats. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Wayne.
Every passing day, I get more and more hands in the GTO and Solver Streets, but like I think a lot of people know, when I get a chance to do exploitative, that's my preferred. And JJ's seen me play hands on live with the bike, off live with the bike, and different games where they're definitely not solver approved, but my instincts are usually right, but sometimes dead wrong. But you know, you gotta trust them sometimes.
1300.
Marshall is going to raise 1,300 and just take down the blinds and again straddle. So I did play. So I was like so annoyed at myself because like I play in this like legal no rake online group, and they were raffling WSOP satellite tickets, and I'm like, oh well, whatever. Like the host was just like, just play. I'm like, the chances are I'm not gonna win. But if I did win, I would have to go to Las Vegas and actually play the event. So I won. Yeah, it's like a whiny Drake thing. But like I won, and it was so annoying because I actually had to go.
Like I go, oh my God.
So I go at like, I don't know, level 10 in a 1,500 event. My table has Ari Engel, Ryan Reese, and like 3 super high roller guys. Like I don't know their names, but I recognize them. I'm like, oh, this is great. This is what I came for a 1,500 event for.
Raise 1,700.
Victor picks up what JJ Garza calls the Angels, pocket aces.
7,500.
He's gonna take it down pre. Ryan Reese was the guy who busted me. I had like, I don't know, 110 big blinds. Guy rips under the gun with twos, and I have kings. Obviously, I call,
Yeah, I know.
and he drills a deuce right off the door card. With my short stack, Ryan Reese, you know, rips like, I don't even remember, like 7 big blinds or something. I don't know. Sorry, Ryan Reese, if I got it wrong. And I just have the queen jack off, and the big blind just auto call, and he had aces, and he busted me. But I got 1 tier higher than min cash. Got a lot of contacts. Met Dara Kearney. Shout out to Dara.
Plays 1,100.
Han with an 1,100 raise with 4-3 diamonds. Eric kicks with ace jack of diamonds.
3 raise, 3,300.
3 bets.
Man, tough day.
You want some calls?
So like, I guess an annoying thing with Sharksville and Global Poker is if you don't make your stats public, you're not in contention for the top performers of the site. So numbers-wise, like last year, I was a top 5 performer in MTTs, numbers-wise, but I don't get the credit because I didn't reveal my graph until, I think, like December, just literally a month ago, like in December. So, whoops.
And I'm looking at the likes here, Wayne. We got 500 likes in the first hour, and you guys have slowed down. So if you haven't smashed the like button, please smash that like button. We got an epic game in our hands here for your viewing pleasure. We got a 100, 200, 200 game. Straddle rounds of 400. James is going to open this one up to $2,500, 2,500 bucks.
3 raise,
Must be a straddle 400 in the mix. Big raise pre-flop from C-Day James. Victor is going to 3-bet with 2-8s, my favorite hand. Queen, 7-8, 2 hearts.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
James is going to go into pot control mode, Wayne. And Victor has none of it. Bets 8,000, hoping that James has something like ace-jack
Okay, I got it.
or ace-king, ace-10 to defend some equity.
seconds, James.
Wow, and that
Wow.
big bet gets jacks to fold.
Wow.
And I think I'm going to try to go in the mind of Victor. I hate doing this because I don't know, but I think what Victor was doing was trying to protect versus those hands. And if he gets called that big bet, probably to slow down, knowing that that big bet gets called and he's maybe behind.
Yeah, and also he had a 3-to a flush and 3-to a straight. So he had some backup plans. If the guy had like, you know, black 10s or black jacks. Victor has, you know, runner flush is like 5%. Runner straight there is another 5%.
And Wayne, we've got a lot of pros in the chat.
Oh, chat pros?
Well, because we put live at the bike said, what style of poker do you play? And we've got 51% in total playing GTO and balanced strategy combined, which means they've got some good players in the mix.
Oh, yeah.
We got 26%. We got maniacs. So we got some fun players in the chat too, which we love. The 26% of you, make sure you guys reach out to Wayne. He's going to get you on the show because we love our action players here. 7, 4, 3, 2 clubs. Overpair for PS.
Barry Greenstein's new book, Ace on the Turn. Just kidding.
Is that the prequel to Ace on the River?
Yeah, it's the the prequel.
Checked around. PS, the real estate investor, is going to get some value out of an 8. Good senses from PS.
All right, chat, name this tune. P.S. He's the best in the business. He's got a blank like Jesus.
I don't know that song, but every time I say PS, I want to say PS, I love you. Like the
It's
movie.
a good movie, yeah.
I know I've seen it, but I'm drawing a blank. I just remember the
lyrics?
title of the movie.
Oh. Well, the song I'm thinking of is by Mickey Avalon. The song's timeless.
Okay, I remember PS, I love you now. I saw that one, I think, in the movies. That's with Gerard Butler, and I think he's dying of some disease. I don't know if it was cancer, and he left his wife a bunch of surprises around Ireland. Kind of tells a story more about him when he was growing up. Great movie. You're absolutely right. I needed to see like who was in it to remember the movie. Actually, I'm not into like the romantic movies, but that one was very good. Probably was tear jerking a little bit. You know, crying a little bit.
Not the rice.
Oh, wait, you ordered rice too?
Yeah.
Eric Hicks with the 710. Shout out to the 710 Freeway, the Bicycle Hotel Casino. 3 bets by Victor. Eric with the 10-7 suited. P.S. Calling on the button, ace-8 off.
You're like, well, he's
In position.
You're like, can you blend it all up for me so I can drink it faster?
I'm eating more protein right now.
How are you bulking right now? Is there a gym that's open?
And
9-5
ace-
deuce.
Ace high still ahead.
I've been in the gym in a year. It's like
Really?
worship my entire life. Yeah.
Man, I missed like 3 months when quarantine first started. I've never been like so sad before.
That's how I feel.
I was
Oof.
miserable and out of shape.
Victor drills the king to get ahead of P.S.
I ended up building a home gym like right as everything started opening up because I couldn't take it anymore.
2,000.
And Victor's going to bet. P.S. folds wisely.
Wesley Morin, shout out to you. Always rocking with us. My dude, he says, P.S. JJ, don't get all emotional on us. And that movie is a tearjerker. I remember. Shout out to you, Wesley. Always has my back in the chat.
Sure. But still. An A minus.
JJ's seen me do some really animal things on and off stream in No Limit, but he hasn't even witnessed like full animal. Like one of his buddies, well, I guess my buddy too, YG. He's a very good player. We were playing shorthanded in a 5-10-20. I don't know if YG told JJ the story, but just when I'm in any 2-card mode.
I've just seen you run pretty bad the last 6 months of the year because you put together some off-stream games and some streams that you played on. You always get the 2-outered on you. Ace, 4-3, flop straight for our guy here, C.J. James versus Matt Big Bet Berkey's 2-pair. There will be some chips flying in this pot and some bloodshed on this table. Wow, and Big Bet Berkey with just a call. Turn 7. 5-6 would be the nuts now.
Wow.
4,000.
Berkey does have to be concerned that James does have 5-6.
Yes, that's definitely going to slow down the action now. Unfortunately, that was one of the worst cards that can roll off besides a paired board for C.J. James.
Right.
River, the 8 of spades. Doesn't change much. 5-6 still the nuts.
17,000.
And a big bulky bet versus the man known as Big Bet Berkey.
And we've all been in Berkey spots so annoying where it's like you're pretty sure you have the losing hand, but your hand's so strong.
I mean, Seed 8 James just bet 1.5x pot with the straight. And I wonder if Big Bet Berkey talks himself into calling because he never played his hand aggressively and figures that he exactly.
And he could still beat smaller two pairs like 3-4.
Time chip extension from the man known as Big Bet Berkey.
We've all been in a spot. So easy to play when we see the hole cards.
Big Bet Berkey just said, I thought I was trapping you, James. Let's defer to Big Bet Berkey, how he proceeds.
$17,000 is greedy. I would have given you 10. I was calling 10 all day. I might have even raised 10. But 17 is just selfish. What's even in that pot?
10 seconds.
It's 17 into a 13.
Looks like another time chip will be extended. And there it is. Berkey just used 2 time chips in this hand. Make sure you guys jump in the poll before this hand is over. It says, will Berkey make this call? See how good you guys predict the action.
More than the pot.
Big Bet Berkey has to risk 17,000 to win 30,000.
Anybody else, I would have bet differently.
Now look what you've done to me. You've put me in a cage.
I'm wondering would James bet like pocket 2s or pocket 5s? I mean, I'm be honest, in Berkey's shoes, by default, I'm paying off.
This will make up for when I folded the aces.
Okay, with the jacks.
Yeah.
They were straight.
Yeah, that's great. You like top 6?
And Seed 8 James gets full payday for a $47,000 pot.
He has what's known as a wheel, smooth draw, earthy tones, enough kick to win the high and the low.
And I just ended the poll here. Wayne, you can read the results of the poll.
Will Matt Berkey make this call? 56% said no, 43% says yes. In a vacuum, I'm making that call. Berkey was so under-repped. I know you guys have seen me do some animal things on stream. Other people have seen me do animal things off stream, and I really just don't know until I'm there. I've laid down monsters. I've also called off weekends.
I just want Han to come more than.
I'm just a little upset that Matt Berkey said, James, you're putting me in a cage here. I thought he was going to say, James, you put my brain in the blender. Right, JJ? And I would have been like, yes, Matt.
Okay, we're even.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, all you guys that say never a call, seat open, email me, wayne@liveatthebike.com. I want to see you guys do this. Like,
600.
I don't know if I would have, I'm not there, so I don't know if I would have made the call or fold, but it is really hard playing on stream when all the chat pros can see your cards.
Raise 1,200.
I love random Bob Jackson. Why would you play poker in a vacuum? Seems like optimal. It would be. You're right.
5 players.
Eight, 8, 7 flop over pair for Seed 8 James with my name in his hand. JJ.
3,000.
Gut shot for double M. PS going to take the aggressive line as the pre-flop raiser. He's got 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw. Seed 8 James's call looks very strong to the field. Remember, he has 3 players behind. So when he calls versus PS, he looks like at least a 7. Here we see him with 2 jacks. Turn 9. 12,400 in the pot. This board is getting very dynamic. Flush draw available. Straight draws available. James with an overpair and a straight draw.
6,000.
Bet of 6,000 from PS, telling the story that he has an 8. River, the ace of hearts and PS. dusted himself off twice, and tried to get on the river and got there. 3 hearts now there, though. And PS says, well, I bet when I was behind, now that I got there, I got to reach for some value, and bets 12,000 and a good disciplined snap fold from James.
Very grateful, James.
James called twice ahead and snap folds once behind. Well done.
Shout out to the Foat. Thank you for all your life advice. And, hopefully you get to witness me do some cool stuff in the next couple of years. Next Thursday and Friday, we have some pretty big games. And high stakes poker fan favorite Viffer's in the mix.
$600. Raise 2,200.
Victor raises ace-10 suited under the gun. Marshall Mathers, 3 bets, 2,200. Charles calls. And Victor with the suited ace.
3 players.
Can't fold this.
7-7-3. 2 hearts. Charles with the overpair.
M&M fearless.
2,200.
Double M fearless.
And a snap raise
Raise 6,000.
by Charles. And I think we're going to see Double M fold this spot, even though it's a smaller bet. It's just going to be hard for Double M to continue on many streets, facing a heart, facing aggression. Charles could very easily have a 7 here, like 7-8 or 6-7. Ace-7 suited. And there's the fold. What's up, Smoky Man? Says, hello, JJ. Hello, chat. Right back at you.
7,000.
Yeah, 2,000's gonna get you parking and some food.
Yeah, you know, it's not worth it.
How are we doing?
You do a hell of a Super Bowl party for that. Yeah.
Yeah. And those are not the best seats when you're talking
That's right.
7,000.
That's right. Yeah.
They're not even close.
You know, it's fun doing a Super Bowl party.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, tailgating and all that stuff.
Yeah.
For collection pot, we're just doing left to right card phase, right?
And you could go to a lot of games all season, maybe get,
Sorry about that.
you know, decent
Hey,
season.
watching at home, big screen.
It'll be a funny duo that's more interesting at the table than in commentary is me and L. We were playing in a game a couple days ago, and we were competitively hand reading like other people's and each other's hands. It was really interesting.
We raise 3,300.
Wild Animal Han, 3 bets on the button. And he's not even in that bad of a spot. 9-7 off on the button. Say it's, you know, King 6-4. C-bet will take it. Ooh, he's not taking this.
King, Queen, Queen. Trip Queens for C-Day James, who flops another big hand.
$5,500.
A little bit of an unorthodox line. James leading into the initial raiser.
Yep.
Playing this deep, though, some straight draws and flush draws can come about. I don't mind the lead as long as
Wow,
James
my
is going
God.
to lead some
What
flush
did this
draws
guy
and some
do
kings as well.
In his life to get the polka dots to be so nice to him.
Guys folding.
Shout out to C-Day James. Super nice guy.
Can't change.
How nice, Wayne.
So nice that he might give me one of his cars. Yeah, right. No, there's no way. He likes me a lot, not that much. But yeah, I wish there was a camera on like L and I playing like the guessing game on who has what cards and like guessing each other's cards.
Under on that.
It was pretty funny.
Go back to the tape.
Sometimes we soul read and sometimes we're just like so far off.
Seems like.
There are several
You're actually the luckiest
likely
player I've ever
GTO
played.
snap calls that I snap folded against our competitors. It was pretty funny.
You really are lucky.
Lions battle
I think this
400.
kid's much luckier.
If you get, really?
He's not
got
that
you as a
smart, and
friend.
he's extremely successful. Appreciate that. Thank you. I take it back. He's the
That's
smartest,
a good one.
He's the smartest guy I know.
Plus he has you as a friend, so how lucky.
Was
I'd
that
rather have
Straddle?
good luck, though.
Lions
true.
battle
Good
400.
luck and
Luck
smart.
is better.
That's right.
Luck is so much
So much
better.
better.
Raise 1,000.
Thank you for the donation,
We're
SGD.
gonna, do a poll and see if we can get the
Which
seat
rhymes
James
with
off that
S-
seat.
SGV.
See how lucky he
He's
is.
in seat 7.
No, that's seat 8.
Benjamin
Okay.
says Berkey looking jacked, donated $5.
It did him. Collection pot was a 7 he had to pay.
Wow.
Bad luck.
Ace,
I'll
8
put 10
deuce,
nines on that. I'm-
flush draw, and top pair.
I'll bet you we put
For
seat 8
PS.
games in seat 4, seat 5, like way away from seat 8. Maybe he's gonna be a regular man.
You know, it's so funny, actually, after the game last time, I saw James giving Isaac 10 grand in cash. It was weird. He always loves that seat, and he gets these great cards.
Well, that's what I did in the beginning.
Yeah.
I was paying $1,000 for that seat
I saw that.
when I was on that roll.
Nut flush with that jack of
But I was.
spades.
I would
For
come in,
PS.
People would come early to get that seat. They know I'm coming in.
Oh, that's stupid. Come on. Could they
I'm
do that?
serious. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. They would come in early.
I
get
wanna get him off
$500.
that seat.
Believe it or not, yeah.
Okay.
SGD says Berkey looking jacked. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get a fight with him.
I could take him.
What happened, I won a fortune, and I got the seat
3,500.
8 by accident every time.
And
then
PS looking to induce the bluff. And he gets it.
Yeah, what a good check back on the turn by PS. That's how you play a balanced strategy, boys and girls. You got to sometimes check some good hands, bet some good hands, balance it out.
Ooh, I love that glance by PS. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, do you have it?
10 seconds. Yeah.
When he's thinking about Vegas and the freaking Mirage. How much is he going to raise? Ooh, I love it. The time chip. Oh, man. What do I do with this hand? I don't know. Yes, I love it.
Raise
16.
16,000 and a
fold.
snap fold.
Yeah.
Just remember, you said the donation said Matt Berkey looking all jacked. You said you wouldn't want to fight him. Just remember, Wayne, it's not the dog in the fight. It's the fight in the dog.
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot of people that I'm probably stronger than them. I wouldn't want to fight because they got the bite.
So you're not going to go to the Super Bowl?
They got that ambition.
You know, the thing is, for that kind of money, no. I'd rather.
Look in his
I'll
eyes.
throw a Super Bowl party.
Today it's the dishes. Next week it's the fries.
You know.
Spend the money wisely.
Yeah. Right. You know, treat my friends. You guys all.
Shout out to our handsome tech team, Brian Arakaki and Alex Lee,
Just to say you were there or something. You know?
doing all the work.
I thought if the seats were 2K.
JJ and I are just chat pros. We're like,
Okay, it's
this guy sucks. This guy sucks. This guy's bad.
Then I'd rather travel. If I'm gonna spend that kind of money on Super Bowl seats, I'd rather travel. It's a strat.
The brutal thing, Wayne, is that I have never worked on my commentary game, and people will give me a lot of compliments on it and degrade my poker game, and I still study too many hours weekly. I really do. And
I'll
I've
tell you guys,
never
when I have
studied
questions,
once.
when I have no limit questions, JJ is one of the first people I ask.
I make them very simple, right? The answers. I can kind of answer it within a
Yeah.
one sentence, two
Every
sentence.
time, just
There's one hand I asked you and Dan, and just like
no difference.
almost exact same answer.
Play limit with that?
I knew I screwed the hand up.
I appreciate that you email me the
Never seen. I didn't know it was
the hands for analysis, not text. Because in the email I can get to it when I want.
Yeah, of course.
Usually right when I see it, I usually get to it anyways, or I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna get to it. The text feels like
No,
kind of
yeah,
rushed.
pressure. Yeah. No, I know how it is because people send me hands too. I'm just like, dude, I can't read this in text. And like email, sometimes I'll do it right away. Sometimes I get back to them in 3 weeks. But you know, certain people, I'm just like,
You know,
I'll
sometimes
get back
play
to
the
you.
Small game, I played with them, the 200, 400 limit,
Yep.
and those are mostly professional players. Right. And you're just bullying everybody like they're nobody.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the buy-in for that game?
There's no buy-in. You can buy in minimum like 20 times.
No, but like how much do people sit with?
King 6 deuce 2 spades.
There's no buy-in, 'cause it's limited. You can
You're
just
talking the
keep doing.
1,500, 3,000 game.
Charles with the lead.
3,000.
Actually, I believe Charles was a raiser here. He's going to put in a C bet for protection.
Which game were you asking
Absolutely
about?
love this bet.
The big one or the? I was talking about the small one. Tell 'em about the big
PS with the ace of spades. Going to make this call.
Oh, 200.
Turn 4.
4,000.
Big swing, yeah.
And that should do the trick with the bet of 4,000, in which it does.
And I make it no secret, my favorite player to watch on stream is Dan Zach.
Matt, do you want a hand or am I dealing
When he
with
does something black, I'm like, this was definitely well thought out, whether it works or not. And it's always something I've never seen before.
Is it just very high variance or like the people that are
Variance is higher. The win rate is
My second favorite is Chris Brewer.
I thought you were going to put me in the mix.
Oh, you're like bottom 3.
Man, you should have saw those 2 calls I made versus Harry right before Christmas.
I've seen, I'm not gonna lie, and I told this to the Live with Bike staff, I've seen JJ make some really sick calls, like off stream. I could have swore, like, we all know this. When you're not in the hand, it's much easier to tell whether somebody's bluffing or not. And I was like, this guy just doesn't have it. And then JJ was the one that fooled me because I'm like, I don't think JJ's gonna call. And then, boom, the chips go in, and he scoops the pot.
I never played before, and he takes me to the big game.
So JJ bluffs me out when I'm not in the
It's only
hand.
game.
1,700
Like,
total.
no, it's still good. Yeah.
No,
Just quarter.
Han with the big bet with 2 queens.
so it's mainly
Learned a lot.
yeah, stud 8,
started.
Omaha high, Omaha 8.
6, 4, 3, 2 hearts.
So when you play Omaha, that's problem.
No, everything over.
I think Han's going to bet here. Although I'm checking a bunch in the spot in game.
Or someone else.
Yeah.
Not the best board. I do not want to be up against a check raise. But
What's your
Han
favorite
proceeds with aggression, and
stuff?
Charles does not
Just-
float.
That's just psychotic. Absolutely psychotic.
The No Limit Hold'em
It's
player that
psychotic. Like,
inspired
people
me the
rip
most,
in
Prahlad
1,000
Friedman.
big blinds with 3 cards. It's just
When I didn't know
psychotic.
anything about No Limit, I watched, I don't know, like a video of him or a session of him, and just like listen to him talk. I'm like, damn,
Or like, you know, if you have. If you
I
get
like
a
his
mid
style.
low,
Yeah.
And he wants to come on the podcast, but we just haven't had a good
just
timing for it. But
like race you, then that's
all you guys
Yeah.
thinking that blockers and balance ranges
it's awesome.
and overbets are new
Because
school,
most of
that
the
guy's
guys in
been
New York
doing
are
it
not, like, pros, they're
since
just
back in the
degenerates,
day.
right? Just like,
I am a
yeah.
witness, and he talks about them.
That one fine.
And I gave him a shout out in the DMs. I do it many times, and he knows this, and I just tribute him
He's in
to really upping my No Limit Hold'em game back in the day.
What's his name? I do know that sounds
I can't
familiar.
remember. He played mixed game.
Yeah, Prahlad was Doug Polk before Doug Polk, and PS is going to bump this one up. Ace 5-5, gutter for James. Trip 5s for Han, and PS with an ace that looks like it's ahead, but it's. And I absolutely love this. We saw James lead when he had trips.
Nut straight.
Leading
And trips, yeah.
a gut shot now.
Yeah.
So that is some balance. If he's leading some of his weaker draws or his draws, leading his good hands, absolutely love this by C.J. James. Turn jack. Han now with an unbeatable hand.
Not true.
Well,
Oh, yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're never folding Not never folding, but it's.
Well,
you know,
actually, PS has 2 outs to an ace.
Yeah.
But other than
and
that,
he loses to ace 5 too. It's just the hand you're just always going to be putting in chips, whether you're ahead or behind.
yeah, I got a
I'm
little ahead of
nitpicky.
myself there.
Oh, yeah, that game's that's too big for me. It's too big for me. I mean, people buying $5-6 million for that game. Yeah, yeah.
Check raise.
It's crazy.
Wild Act game in New York.
Yeah, that's the one I don't play. Just
Han with another check raise and PS with the snap call.
throw money. I like my money.
That's right,
You know,
that's right.
so some guy has no problem putting
That's right.
$5 million in
That's
the pot,
right.
but he has 10% of his money.
River Queen.
That's right.
Well, that game, where would that be played?
At home.
At a home in what area of New York?
Probably usually on Midtown.
Okay.
How do they move money, what kind of money into that game? Is it through Bitcoin?
Check.
Huh?
Check or Bitcoin. Yeah.
Wow.
See how big he goes.
Pot.
That looks over pot, right?
Yeah, a little bit. It's like 16,000 something.
16,600.
And also the paired board with an ace, people are wondering whether they're trying to get blown off chops with aces and 5s with a queen kicker.
Well, that guy last night had the hustler.
So if you're in PS's shoes, you lose to a 5. You lose to ace queen and ace jack. You lose to king 10 now that could have got there.
I don't even know
Ace
who it
king
is,
2,
but
ace 5, aces.
There's a lot of Bitcoin.
And you're just
millionaires,
chopping
Yeah.
with other aces. So when you just stare at this board, Wayne, it's just hard to find hands that you beat that would take this line. But we have seen Han get out of line, though.
Oh, yeah.
So let's defer back to
Oh,
PS.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But
So
the
a lot of
money is
people,
insane.
we're buying into Bitcoin.
I just sympathize with people with all these tough decisions.
So people who are playing online would have to have Bitcoin. They'd have their balances in Bitcoin. So they got so rich.
Han did bet 16,600. Overbet slightly,
Yesterday was
which means
39.
PS has to defend with about half of his range.
16,600.
That gets to the river.
Say it, it
You
needs to
you
fall.
still full.
Is he at the
It needs to fall.
bottom half of that? Is he at the top half? If he thinks he's at the top half, he'll make this call from a game theory standpoint.
For dinner with Lay, right?
And it looks like he's gathering a call here, Wayne, and he does make the call. And he's going to see a full house of Han for another almost $50,000 pot
Shout out to
in
Jack
the
of
$1 million
Fives.
cash game.
Like $100
Action,
so cheap.
pack guns.
Well, like, wait, $100 an hour
Ridiculous.
is like $200,000 a year. You know? And it, like, she doesn't even think of it that way because.
I just remembered a hand I had with L and somebody else in this game.
You know, I just
On the
put
turn,
Bitcoin
it was
and
like
I don't have to work, you know. And you take that and the stock
L
market,
raised pre.
What was the highest?
70,000.
Really?
Small blind call, I call him the straddle.
Just like they
Really?
Flops checked around.
Some people have been straddling.
Turn was a brick. Small blind leads. I hero the turn, and L just like raises huge.
He's getting food.
Small blind was just like tanking, just
I
like,
need chips.
ugh, and then eventually calls. Back to me, I'm like, L, I lose this small blind, but I have you beat. Like, just so confidently. And I fold. And I was right, but L hit the river on the poor person who was the small blinds.
What is your first name? I just know you were a big fan.
Make sure you guys jump in the next poll. It's who will have the lowest VPIP.
You can call me Great Body Double M.
Great body double M.
Yeah.
Apologies for using it.
You can call me Sexy Double M.
Great body double it.
Actually, that'd be great. If you call me.
PS, you can tell he's alive at the bike fan. He's got the queen deuce is really round hand. 7,
Just this once.
jack 6,
Oh, 50 more.
rain,
I'm not at 50 for
top pair for Han.
1,000.
No. Cash. Just cash, yeah.
C.J. James with the bet, who has middle pair.
Raise. 5,000.
Love it. Charles making a move. Eric has an interesting hand. He has a gut shot up front, but he has backdoor spades, and if he hits a queen or a king, then he has a double gut shot.
Turn 3 of diamonds. Oh, and a quick, bulky bet from Sir Charles.
And Han, who can't really beat any legitimate hands,
10 seconds.
is in a tough spot. It looks like he's going to fold. Great job, Sir
Wow.
Charles. Charles is a great name.
Wow.
Oh, when you hear it, what's the river?
Yeah, almost.
When you hear that, you hate to hear it when you fold the mate hand.
And your guys' favorite part of the evening, the scoreboard. Wayne, make sure you call out the cumulative winnings here, and we're going to see who's the big winners, who are the big spenders. Also, make sure you jump in the poll here. 82 votes so far. Who will have the lowest VPIP tonight? Double M, Matt Berkey, Eric Hicks, and C.J. James. All these guys like to rock a higher VPIP, but we'll see who you guys think will have the lowest between them.
I appreciate that.
I misspoke the hand. Like Eric Hicks, if he turned a queen, he would have had open-ended. If he turned a king, he would have had double gut shot, and a spade would have been a backdoor spade draw on top of his gut shot.
And here are the winnings. Take it away, Wayne.
Han up 47,700. Sir Charles up 26,200. Eric, the Mad Genius Hicks, up 24,500. C.J. James up 6,700. Everyone else was spending.
It's all good. Sometimes you got to spend a little bit.
Yeah.
Got to spend a little bit.
I'm spending on crypto.
Especially if you can afford it. Oh, my portfolio took a dip.
Oh, yeah. Sad times for a lot of people.
Unfortunately, almost all my 2021 gains in the gutter.
Marshall's got pocket aces, 2 red aces, and PS has a hand he's probably going to play. Ace ten of clubs. He does smooth.
Double M with the aces. The Angels, and we like to call them the Angels because they're here to rescue your stack from
No
the
more aces
evils.
in the deck.
King 8-7, 4 ways. Aces 4 ways is not ideal, but we will proceed.
This is the flop where you hope somebody has a king and a king only, especially ace-king. And this is a psychological thing. A lot of times when you don't get action aces pre-flop or on the flop on like king 7-8, it's just like nobody made any big folds, nobody had anything. I'm always paranoid on stream when I make like, you know, a bet with aces and then just like fold the flop, and then, you know, I come and ask, you know, Charlie or, you know, Jared or like, do they have anything? They're like, dude, they didn't have anything. Like beyond nothing.
I wouldn't worry too much about that.
I know. It just,
So at the beginning of the show, we had like 1,500 to 2,000 people watching. Now we have 3,000 people watching. And we had 500 likes in the first hour, only 200 likes in the second hour. So let's bulk it back up in the third hour. If you have not smashed the like button, please smash the like button. We've got the Live at the Bike crew here. We've got the likes of Double M, Eric Hicks, C.J. James, and Matt Big Bet Berkey in this game with over $1 million on the table in a 100, 200, 200 game. Keep smashing that like button to infinity and beyond as we see massive pots being played. Ace Queen versus Ace King, one of the non-paired coolers in this high-stakes game. 10, 8, 5, 2 diamonds. Both players with a diamond in a hand, which has missed this flop, and a bet of 4,000 from PS. And Charles gives that one up.
Yeah, they told me to. You are? Yeah, they told me to. I'll talk about your cars.
Oh, okay, good.
James has a Maserati, a Porsche, a Ferrari. I'm not BSing. He really does have these cars.
Yeah, I've spent some time with James, and pleasure to talk to him before and after games, and
I'm just double struggling.
that's what he does. Is he collects sports cars
The
as
cars
well
that go vroom.
as well as an avid skier. And his third favorite hobby is poker. He says third favorite hobby, but I would assume it's its favorite hobby. It's hard. If you're a poker player, it's usually your favorite thing to do. I got to ask the golfers what they love more, golf or poker. I would assume that's the ultimate addictions. I don't play golf. I'm planning on picking it up sometime this year, but I would assume once you fall in love with golf, those are the two addictions. C.J. James with my favorite hand weight. Wayne, 2/8.
The snowman.
And Victor coming in with a raise over this limp. We are playing a straddle of 400, and Sir Charles with the 3-bet from the straddle with pocket kings to $8,000, and let's defer back to C.J. James and Victor.
Oh, yeah.
Victor checking out stack sizes. They are very deep, and he is in position. He's wondering if the king 10 suited is worth putting some money in and playing a little post flop, and he does.
$18,300 in the pot, and we're off to C3.
Heads up.
Ready? Oh, no. Don't do that. Let me know you want to play the show, though.
Shout out to Emmy.
Queen 9-5. Rainbow.
He gives the best advice.
Gut shot for Victor. 7,000 to win a massive pot. We know Charles would be in there for sure if there was a spade on the flop. How does he proceed now?
10 seconds.
And Victor says call. 32,300. Now on the pot and a jack
Oh my God.
on the turn. And a check over to Victor Wu.
Woo.
My lips said Vu, but I know it's Wu. And then look at Charles with the stare down. Charles knows he's behind against queens, nines, and jacks. Does not put Victor on a hand that he has removal to, the king 10. And a bet of 13,000, and Charles pops up. Charles with the snap call, but he knows, Wayne, that this board is now very connected. We could possibly see the biggest pot tonight. River, 7 of spades, and a check over to Victor. Charles with a pot-sized bet back. And I wonder if Victor says the two magic words, Wayne.
AI, ruling the world.
He put Han all in on a bluff earlier, so it makes sense for him to say all in when he's got the nut straight. Victor
36,000.
says $36,000. And let's see how Charles proceeds. This board does not look good for kings. But Charles is wondering, does Victor ever do this with the bluff? Certainly. Does Victor ever do this with ace-queen? Possibly. And a time chip extension, and I have a feeling, Wayne, we're going to see more than just one time chip extension.
Spots are so tough. It's like flop Jack 10, turn your Jack 10 into a bluff. Maybe you know your queen's no good, you turn into a bluff.
And Charles is asking the question, which we refer to on the range, says, do you have a set? Charles could, or Victor could even have a set of 5s here. Make sure you guys jump in the poll. It says, will Charles make this call? You guys can put your votes in. I will end it right at the end of this hand. Curious to see what you guys think. He says, do you have a set? I have to think that he's going to make the fold now. And he makes the call.
Wow.
He makes the call, and he's not going to like to see this one.
Yeah.
Victor, that's insane.
You heard me say wow as well in the background.
I did not expect to see that hand.
And Charles just,
Line, please. Double strap.
Where?
Did you add on?
No,
No, okay.
I think you did, right?
I'm going to.
Okay. Yeah, 4 and 8. $2,000.
Matt 50.
Okay. Beat 6 is going to have 50,000.
All right. Shout out time incoming.
What's that one? Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Bobby.
I have to switch to red. There's a problem on the way to club. On top of that,
The action will in the front.
blue eight of clubs have a. It needs to be switched.
Roger that, Michael. I don't know what you said, but I just heard you say copy, and I felt like it was normal to say
Yeah, I got
I
it.
copy or Roger that. So shout out to Nikki V, Danny, 1991. Shout out to Bobby. Says, JJ, who's your favorite poker player besides yourself? I am not my favorite poker player. Shout out to PS3 Shakes 123, Wesley Moran, Nick from Yuma, Sandy Joy, John Haas. Who else is in the mix? Brandon Wells,
Can I have white for that, please?
Mike Hatter.
I hate those.
That's fair. Can I have
I'll
white
never,
for that?
never buy those.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
No, no,
Anything
it's
else?
fine. It's
Anything
fine.
Shout out to the Regs here
I get it.
with over 3,000.
Trust me.
The YouTube chat.
That is fair.
Shout out to my people in the Twitch. For a while, we were only streaming in Twitch.
It's like the opposite of CDHAs. I lost the most with those, so I never bought them.
Well,
It's
Ace, 5-8, 2 spades. Ace for C.J. James. Middle pair for Big Bet Burks.
600.
no worries. What was it?
6.
600. $1,000.
Head of 1,000 from C.J. James, going for value one more time versus the man named Big bet Berkey.
I'll do it next time. Can you do me a favor?
What do you need?
10 seconds.
And big bet Berkey is going to go for a bluff raise,
For a blue 8 o'clock.
repping something like Queen 10. He's got removal to an 8, got removal to a straight, so he's blocking some 2 pairs and blocking some straights. And Berkey says, let's go, C.J. James. I noticed you didn't bet over the size of the pot, so you're probably not as strong, so I'm going to steal this one with just a pair of 8s.
No copy? Cool, thank you. Sorry. Raise. 13.
Queen 10-4. Top pair for Matt Berkey, trying to go back-to-back after he just bluffed C.J. James. Out of 3,000. Double M with the straight draw. River Queen. 10,600 in the pot. Big bet Berkey with the check mark. How does he proceed? He proceeds with the check, just in case Double M has him out kicked or now has a flush with that 3rd club on the river. Double M, what a good check. Does not go for it there. Well done, my man.
That's a little,
Collection landed on
looks like it got a little expensive for me.
I was hoping you had like ace jack with the ace of clubs might go for it.
Yeah. Collection
I
landed
think
on
when you
the
watch it back, you're going to see my range is a little different than that.
Can I get the
I was just
collection?
trying to think
Yeah,
of
how
watch
much
with
is it?
jack.
185.
That could have gotten really bad for me.
Thank you. You want me to stick on red or go back to blue?
Seat number 1, we got Han in the mix. Seat number 2, Mad Genius Eric Hicks. Seat number 3, Victor,
Back to blue.
one of my favorites. Seat number 4, Double M. Seat number 5, PS, or seat number 6. Seat number 7, Sir Charles. Seat number 8, C.J. James. And seat number 9, Big Bet Matt Berkey.
Huh? 100? Okay, seat 7 added 100,000.
Shout out to Andy as Yoda. Says great coverage and commentary. Impressive.
100 more.
What was the
Thank you
board
very
on
much,
these?
sir.
Queen 10.
Rag.
low, Turn 9 of clubs, river king of clubs.
Yeah.
This is raised 12.
I had 7-8. So it would have been pretty bad for me.
Once again, this is our $6 million cash game. Could possibly be $6 million cash game number 7. Jack 10 deuce. So if you are loving this action, please smash that like button and the subscribe button, because we've got liftoff over $1 million on the Live at the Bike table. Shout out to Elijah and Leon. You guys are crazy. But shout out to you guys. Shout out to Wesley. You guys are all crazy.
54.
Han with the 3-bet. Han's been putting in some spicy raises today.
He's still in.
Victor
sorry.
thinking about going for this one with ace little.
Heads up.
8-6-4. 2 spades. Han gonna put in the c-bet. James with some backdoor equity. We've talked a lot about this today. He's got some overs, backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws. 4,700 to win a pot of 16,300. James thinking about using a time extension. Remember, we are using an action clock. Those time extensions are very valuable, just in case you get put in a spot that's uncomfortable, a big spot. You want to have those to defer back to your time bank and to use your consciousness to use all the mental power and energy possible in a tough spot. Pretty much those are like lifesavers that you throw in the ocean to reserve life or reserve your stack. C.J. James does make the fold, but I think he used a time chip.
No.
Take it.
You what?
Stop me, but
We counting, don't worry. I'll call you over the weekend too. This is on
Bottom pair.
Okay. Blind six. Double M fish straddle.
Ace, queen, 10. Pair of queens for Berkey.
1,000.
Double M with bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw on a gutty. Turn 6. And I wonder if Berkey picks up on double M's reluctancy to make the call and puts out another small bet to get a call. Seems like Matt Berkey has way the best hand. Turn or river, 9 of clubs.
Do that again, hon. I'm gonna raise you. You do that.
I would 10.
And this goes check, check.
Thinking about
Berkey wins with the queen.
I could have gone back to you too. Wow. You dominated me. Crushing me.
Well, I knew you didn't want to win the blue chip, so I totally approved it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Very, very nice of you.
That's why I didn't value bet thin. I'm like, well, he's not going to call with a 10 because he doesn't want these fucking blue chips.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to get him if I called. So.
Actually, that when you bet with it, Lee doesn't want him to call. I know, it's a funny thought. Straddle's still going.
feel there's like a mega pot coming up somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's coming.
Oh, double me.
I heard we got $1 million, we got $1 million at the table.
Oh, do we now?
Yeah.
Do we really?
Yeah.
Great.
That's it?
Right.
Thought you guys are rich.
Yeah.
12. Yeah, with the add-ons, it would be about that. Hey, push it in this. Thank you. Great play.
There's your flop picture. Will you open it?
2,000.
Whenever you keep cash out, it's always good. Number 1 5. First time off stream.
What? Yeah, oh, I remember that. Yeah. 32. How big was that pot? Huh? Yeah. The blue one.
Take it.
Yeah, one of these big, some point on these sets, so, you don't want to get the looking in of one of those, hands here. Like Kings for Faces, remember that one? How you only, oh, even, cause I got you on that one.
Yeah, we were kind of
What is it? Yeah, earlier I believe you did. 2,000. I mean 6, right? Right, 7,000. Right, you mean 6. Added earlier.
Wow, and a 3-bet to 7,000. Eric Hicks versus Victor, and Victor with Ace King offsuit. The Anna Kournikova.
10 seconds. What? 7.
Cut off first button. Extremely deep poker to be played. Two very aggressive players. Two very capable players. And a time chip extension from the mad genius, Eric Hicks. And a fold from Eric Hicks. And shout out to Nick from Yuma. If you guys say something once in a while that I like, I will answer it or read it out loud. And Nick from Yuma says, JJ's commentary game is more balanced than my hoodie strings. Absolutely true. You should see my
Those hands are pretty rare.
poker
right?
game. It's even more balanced, or at least attempts to be.
Usually if folding is an option, calling and raising is not a part of it either.
Oh, man.
When you're going on that gut
What's
feeling,
our
you're like,
guess?
yeah,
No.
I feel it.
You're thinking about it, though.
It's,
8-7 suited?
it seems like a
No,
call would be
way
like a
worse
fuck
than
you
that.
call.
Way worse than that. Must be exception.
1,000.
743.
3,000.
And can do phone call in the ring.
You know, I'm used to my hand, you know. I could have done it, and whatever I felt like it was probably okay.
Oh, I know what you have. Keep it on those.
Let's go. I'll get amped up for that.
Oh yeah. All right. Seven, 6, 4. Monotone diamonds. Berkey with top set versus Eric with pocket jacks with the jack of diamonds.
6,000.
Bet of 6,000. How does Berkey proceed playing
All in.
a $30,000 stack? And he says, all of it, Mad Genius. Matt Berkey with the set. Mad Genius with pocket jacks and overpair with the lonely jack of diamonds.
Goody 1-4.
Eric Hicks getting 2-1. Not sure how much more it is. If it's 24,700 to call, Eric Hicks is not getting the right price here.
Call.
But Eric is going to make the call, and let's see if we run it once or twice.
Twice.
2 times. First one, Matt Berkey with a full house. Second one, Matt Berkey, and he dodges a diamond on both boards. And Matt Berkey, the solve for Y master, that's his business, is going to double up. And a $70,900 pot shipped over to seat number 8, Matt Berkey, or seat number 9 it is. And I said Eric wasn't getting the right price, but it was pretty close. He would have to be getting the price of 25,000 to win 50,000-ish. So if Eric felt like gambling, perfect spot, or felt like Matt Berkey might be light, just doing that with the ace of diamonds. We are about 100 likes away for 1,000. We're exactly halfway through the show. Let's get those likes up to 1,000 likes for this show thus far. And the poll says, have you smashed the like button yet? So right on cue, smash that like button. Shout out to the people that said yes, and the 13% of you that said that they just did. Let's go.
Live 22?
Yes. 22. Yes.
Double M with the 3-bet here. Versus Han. Jack 10-10, 2 spades. Flush drawn and over to the board for Han. Nut flush now for Han as this board goes check, check once again on the turn. River is an 8. I feel like watching Han the last few weeks, he's going to go for a pot-sized bet. And he does. He goes for an overbet of $6,000. Actually throws in 6,000 in chips, but bets 5,500.
Take it from me, that's fine.
You could also just have me pretty dead. I could have like ace jack with ace of
In
diamonds.
that case, he is a very fresh.
Yeah.
But giving a card here, easy for you.
What's an easy call?
Given that he knows his card.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, you are tuned in to $1 Million Cash Game 6.0. This is our $6 million cash game on Live at the Bike. I hope you guys are enjoying this lineup with Han, Eric Hicks, Victor, Double M, PS, Charles, Seed8 James, and Solve for Wise Matt Berkey. There's only been 6 of these in the history of Live at the Bike. 100, 200, 200. 10, 7, 5, 2 diamonds, nut flush draw for Eric Hicks. Check back for Double M with this pair of 6s, turn 10.
$3,000.
River is a 7. 6s get counterfeited. Ace high is good for Eric Hicks. This $9,900 pot. And Eric Hicks, who turns his ace high into a bluff. But his hand is good.
Take it. Yeah, 12.
Who started spreading, or we just keep it on?
He originally started it 2 rounds ago, and it's just been on.
Do you have a preference?
No, I don't have.
No, it's just been on for the last couple rounds.
It's on right now?
Yes.
I'm happy to just keep it if you guys want, but if anybody has a preference against, we can tag it too.
Seems everyone's cool.
And I believe that the straddle is going to stay on for the rest of the game. Matt Berkey said, I'm cool to keep it on. I'm cool to take it out. No one objected. So I believe we are playing 100, 200, $200 big blind, $400 straddle for the remainder of this $1 million cash game. 6-3 deuce. Rainbow as we go 3 ways. Berkey's 3 is in the lead. Berkey now with trip 3s with that 3 on the turn. And a bet by Berkey and a fold by Eric Hicks, the Mad Genius. Also, make sure you guys keep tuning in. I know you guys are, but I heard there's a pretty big epic hand that goes down in about an hour and a half. So.
All right, buddy, thank you. Thank you.
Here's the cumulative winnings, the scoreboard, which you guys all want to know constantly. Han, big winner of the game, up 55,000. Eric up 39,000. Big Bet Berkey up 21,000 after a hand versus Eric. James up 400. Eric Hicks, Mad Genius down 7,700. Double M down 23,000. PS down. And Victor as well, stuck, I believe. Oh, Charles, PS stuck, and Charles, biggest spender at the moment after that pretty sick hand versus Victor. Pocket Kings versus King 10.
Sexy, it's first up.
Thank you.
13 thumbs up till 1,000. Who's going to push us over 1,000 likes here on this $1 million cash game 6.0?
Free raise, 3,000.
James with a very light open, and Matt Berkey sensing it from the button. And Eric Hicks with some good removal here. King Queen has his eye on the prize. Looks like he might put in the light 4-bet here with some good removal. Throws it away. Wow, and C-Day James is going to make the call, and deuce jack board. Checks it over to Big Bet Berkey. High C-Bet frequency board, and Big Bet Berkey checks it, or bets 1,500, sorry. And a flat call by C-Day James. Keeping Matt Berkey's bluffing range very wide, and he checks it over, and the perfect turn card for Big Bet Berkey to barrel. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw now, and is going to put in a bet of $7,000. He can win with a 9 or a heart. River is a 6. Brick out for Matt Berkey. And C-Day James decides it's good to lead now. And is going to lead $17,000. Big Bet Berkey, bottom of his range. And gives it up. I wonder if he would have checked it over to Big Bet Berkey if Big Bet Berkey would have put in the raise. Or the last barrel, I mean. And thank you guys for getting us over 1,000 likes. Well done, YouTube chat.
Let's play this over again.
If you had checked, I would have bet 10. If you had bet 10, I would have raised.
That's why I did 17.
It worked.
I might be thinking.
I wanted to raise the 17, but it would have been all.
700.
And it would
It
have
has
been
to be
all
8.
in. How much?
8.
Call.
Charles, the raise to 800. C-Day James is going to play his rush and has him dominated. 10, 7, 9. Both players with straight draws. Turn 4. C.J. James does have a double gutter. Can make a straight with the queen or an 8. Another snap call by C.J. James. 7,300 now in the pot. And a straight now for C.J. James, who's going to go back-to-back on these big pots, or decently sized.
3,000. Straight to the jack.
And a bet and a $3,000 call from Charles. As C.J. James makes max value there.
The honor of paying.
Eric was right. You're too lucky. Jim.
Lucky, I played it well.
Yeah, I know.
I used
And
to
you
have-
that's what's so dangerous. You're lucky and good. It's so sick as feeling when you're playing and then you know he might have like nuts or second nuts. He gets about 10 times a day. Were you playing? You didn't play him back in the day when he got aces 6, 7 times in one session. I've never seen that ever. Yeah, like within 5 hours he got.
It's not my record either.
It's phenomenal. Like how many hand times he has like monster hands.
$2,700.
C.J. James trying to go for that trifecta, 3 hands in a row as he checks this one over to Han. Pair and a straight draw for James. Han's queen is good. 6,300 in the pot as it gets checked over to Han one more time. Looks like Han is going to bet 3,000.
2,900.
I believe you this
And
time.
Han plays some defense, and C.J. James does not win 3 in a row.
I want to see the other one though. I don't-
Make sure you guys put your votes in the YouTube chat. Question is, will C.J. James keep crushing the table? So far, 40 votes. 55% of you say yes. 45% of you say no. Let's see, once you guys vote more, get out some of the variants on what you guys think.
$1,500. Raise 5,000.
Eric with the 3-bet versus Han with 2 9s. And a fold by Han. Han currently up 27,000. Eric down around 6,000. I am live with you guys in the chat, so if you guys have anything interesting to say, good question, a very intellectual comment, then I will read it for the whole about 4,000 people to hear that are watching this stream right now.
Raise 1,200. That's it.
Queen, queen, deuce. Double M with some removal to the queen in position. High c-bet frequency upon us, and bets 1,200 and a snap fold versus big bet Berkey.
Thank you, sir.
Wesley Moron says, JG, where did Han get his hat from? It's definitely a hat from Hawaii with the shaka on it. Hang loose. And it's a golf hat, most definitely.
Were you first try with him?
You guys are watching $1 million cash game, 100, 200, 200. Straddle 400 on for the remainder of the show, from what I believe.
Riz, 2,000. Riz, 6,500.
And double M with 2 kings. Big open from Victor, who opens 5x to 2,000. Double M with a 3-bet to 6,500. These players are playing effectively 175,000 deep, which is a little over 400 big blinds. 8 deuce 4. This is nosebleed poker. This is exactly the same type of poker that I used to watch on Full Tilt and wonder, who are these aliases playing? Here we get to watch this high stake poker action.
7,400.
Bet of 7,400. A high c-bet frequency board, and Victor is wondering if that's the case and is going to make the call with ace high as we see the turn. 28,700 in the pot. Turn 10. Double M knows that Victor has pocket 8s and pocket 10s in his range, as well as jacks and queens. Let's defer to Double M. And Double M is going to bet $15,000. I think it's natural for Victor to now throw in the towel as he does.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Fantastic. Can't tell if this is going to get old or be the best thing that I've ever used before.
Bobby asks, what's the best amount of time to play a poker session for peak performance? My average session is somewhere around 9 to 10 hours. I start dwindling after the 10 for sure. However, if the game's very good, I have extra energy, I'll play. Everyone's different. You have to know yourself. Everyone will have their own peak performance time. Some may be a few hours, some may be longer, some may be shorter. It's up to you to decide on what's best for your bankroll, your energy, your time. Good question, Bobby.
Very clear.
Ace, 6-3, 2 spades. Double M with top pair and enough flush draw as he owns this board. Make sure you guys jump in the poll. It says, will C-Day James keep crushing this table? 59% of you so far have voted yes. Double M with a bet and a takedown with this very strong hand.
Thanks, sexy.
You get whites.
Yeah, here.
Deepak says, live at the bike is the goat of high stakes poker. Thank you very much, Deepak.
Raise. 900. We raise 2,800.
And pocket king now for Han, ace a7. And a bet and a snap fold from Sir Charles.
Small, big, it is treble 16. Raise 1,200.
Ace, ace, 5. Wide range spot, straddle versus small blind. Double M checks back his second nut flush draw. Very balanced. Turns a queen and gets Eric to bet 1,000.
Raise 3,200.
And a raise from Double M. What an interesting raise here. I don't really have that one in my arsenal, but I like it. All right, that poll just ended. About 200 of you voted in that one, and it says, will C.J. James keep crushing the table? 53% of you said yes, 46% of you said no, so it's pretty much a coin flip. It's like ace-king offsuit versus pocket queens.
Raise 1,100.
Charles with the open.
Raise.
Eric Hicks on the button
3,200.
with the 3-bet.
Sorry, 3,300.
These suited ace 3-bets have become very popular the last few years. If you flop an ace, it's pretty strong to call a few bets. You can make the nut flush. You can make a deceptive wheel. 7,500 in the pot. 9, 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Eric with the lead.
3,000. Raise 1,200. Three players.
King 5-4. Han in position. He's going to rep a king here, something like king queen or ace king, the hands that would raise pre-flop.
1,600.
Pretty small bet, and probably going to get a call from PS. PS calls with his gut shot.
Heads up.
Check, check as PS turns a deuce. One liner to the straight, 7,100 in the pot. We've seen PS quite aggressive in the spots. And like clockwork, PS is going to
4,000.
get aggressive. 4,200. Han with just 9 high.
Seconds.
Wow, and Han thinking about going for this. He has removal to 8-7. Gives it up. All right, we got a poll in the YouTube chat. Make sure you put your votes in. I want to know, what is your guys' average poker session? The length and time. Is it 2 to 4 hours, 6 to 8 hours, 10 hours plus, or less than 2 hours? I want to know. How much poker you guys are playing on your average session? So I can get to know you guys a little bit better in the chat.
Yes, I love you, but I do need 100. I can't fit it in. Raise 1,300.
Not hard.
Depends on the wing. Take me all the.
How much you? 50. 50? Eric's adding 50,000 and 60.
Eric adding some 50,000 change from his briefcase. Make sure you guys stay tuned in. I heard there's a pretty epic hand that's going to go down within the next hour between Matt Berkey and Eric Hicks.
Raise 1,200.
So far, your guys' average poker session is 2 to 4 hours. We'll see if the variance of votes that gets voted changes that, but looks like that's how long you guys play for in the chat, your average session. We've got a 3-bet by Berkey with King Queen. 3-betting out of his straddle. We know Victor is a non-backer downer versus these 3-bets. We saw him call with King 10 earlier. He'll probably call with Queen 10 as well. Although Charles was a little bit deeper. Berkey's not as deep, but Victor is still going to make the call. And we're off to C3. 7-6 deuce. Rain. Bet from Berkey. And the win.
2,000.
2,000 on the bun from Sir Charles.
So you're going on?
Oh, yeah?
Yellow, no, the drill. 99 says, which tournament is this? This is not a tournament. This is a real cash game. This is $1 million cash game to be exact. The blinds you see on the table are real money. 100, 200, 200, straddle 400 for the rest of the entire game. And some of these players are sitting with over $250,000 stacks. A cool $250,000 in some of these players' stacks. $1 million cash game, 6.0 for the Live at the Bike fam in the audience, in the Twitch and YouTube chat, or wherever else you may be watching it, Facebook Live. Raise from PS, 7, 7 deuce, trip 7s for Han, who's up currently, and the biggest winner on the table, I believe. I believe Han is up like $75,000 at this very moment and about to get richer. Turn jack.
$4,200. $4,200.
All right, how long is your average poker session? The poll has been ended. 226 votes. 39% of you say 6 to 8 hours. 34% of you say 2 to 4 hours. And about 20% of you say 10 plus hours. So the 20% of you guys are beasts. But that's 6 to 8 hours, 39% of you, the bulk of you. That does seem like the sweet spot.
6,000.
Three bet alert to 6,000 and Victor with 2 9s. And we know he's not afraid to put in the cold 4 bet.
15,400.
15,400 from Victor. And how does the mad genius Eric Hicks? Actually, actions on Han, who hasn't just folded yet. And now, how does the mad genius proceed? First, this 4 bet.
Re-raise, 40,200.
40,200 from the mad genius. That is real money. This is not a tournament. Action on Victor.
Look at it. Next time.
Jump in the poll. It says, what will Victor do? Will he raise? Will he jam? Or will he fold? Jump in the poll here. Eric Hicks just 5-bet to 40,200. We got the camera right on Victor. I wish we can go in the brain of Victor, but put your poll in, or your vote in the poll. Let us know what you think Victor will do here. Will he raise, jam, or fold? And Victor does make the fold. And Eric Hicks does show him.
I've got good news and bad news. Bad news, you made 2 time chips. Okay. Good news. Let's go from I don't know why that's good news. Alright. Didn't want to say it's bad news and bad news.
You did.
No.
So many actions.
My hand's too pretty to lay it down to this character.
Game is on. King, queen.
Hats off to the Mad Genius for that sick 5-bet with some removal and a suited hand in position.
$2,400.
Han with the raise with ace, king of diamonds. Seat 8 James with the limp. And Victor with the 3-bet to 6,000. And you wonder if Victor is a little steamed up. And that's what Han's going to be asking himself. Is Victor a little steamed up after that hand that he just lost? Ace, 9-9, both players with an ace. We will see some chips flying into this pot.
$5,000.
Victor with a bet of 5,000. There are 2 hearts on the board. Han with the flat. I absolutely love this. Turn 7. We're going to see another pot, or another large pot, 23,100 in the pot thus far.
7,000.
Victor with the double barrel of 7,000. It is a little bit less than a third sizing. And here's the raise from Han.
20,000 or 22,500.
Han's gonna bulk it up. 22,500 is the magic number. And now Victor in a tough spot. He's ahead of flush draws. And Victor's going to make the call. He's going to make Han tell the rest of the story that Han either has a 9 or a good ace. And this pot has ballooned to almost 70,000, and these players with about 100,000 each back. River is a 3. And this is going to go check, check for almost a $70,000 pot sent over to Han.
$185. Give me 2. Thank you much. Raise 1,500. Re-raise 7,000.
What's going on, man? Yeah, that's king.
Heads up. 8,000. Raise 2,000. Heads up. 4,000.
Oh, I got some hair. Oh, if I just had an ace and a heart,
Yeah,
and we're all
yeah, we went off to the races.
Could have had like a horrible turn too. 4 hearts gives you both a straight
Yeah,
flush.
I had the straight flush draw. Never laying down a straight flush draw.
Oh.
It's a good roll.
I have a flush and a straight
It's my,
flush
I have
draw.
the same roll.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What are the odds? You guys both have the same one. That's 4,200. $3,400. That's it. $2,400. And the second.
Ball was a little bit good for me.
That was a good flop for you?
A little bit too good.
Yeah. That's one strike card away from straight.
You should have called.
Good. You got the call.
Never good though when it's not open-ended.
Yeah.
My favorite. Hello, buddy. Not quite.
I could victor you though. Cool. Hit the inside straight. Straight, it would be really disguised.
I mean, that was, I can't believe you didn't fall out of your chair on the turn there. That was crazy. It was amazing. Did I get you, Michael?
I just sat down.
I just won that hand. Did I get you?
Oh, I just sat down. It was Isaac.
Did
think
I
you
get
did.
Isaac?
I think. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him when he comes back.
All right, boys and girls. I got a quick break in me. So
Cool.
hope you guys didn't mind. Hopefully I didn't miss too much. Like I said, we have a pretty epic hand. It's about to happen pretty soon. So
Great. 5,000.
So I've been told by production. Well, we'll do that after this hand because we've got aces from Matt Berkey versus C.J. James, 9-8 of clubs, number 1. And we're going to see some chip sprinkle in the pockets. Jack, 6-3. American Airlines versus a flush draw of James in a 3-bet pot. Matt Berkey with a bet of 7,500. And a call from C.J. James, already 26,500 in the pot. Turn is a queen. Check to Matt Berkey, and Matt Berkey knows that this should be a wide range spot. Under the gun versus the big blind. The under the gun straddle, I mean.
13.
And Berkey's going to attack a queen, and James is absolutely going nowhere. James has a straight draw and a flush draw. James can make a straight to the 10. And any club gives him a flush. Let's see what sizing Matt Berkey felt was best. I'm not sure how much the bet was. Definitely was not a check.
13.
It was 13,000. This pot now 52,000. C.J. James with just 9 high. And Seed 8 James is going to throw in a time chip. Seed 8 James has led in these spots and had it. Seems quite normal for him to lead with the 9 high as well. Let's defer to James. I'm sure into context, he's taking a lot of Berkey's image into play, which knows that Berkey is very call happy and likes to call down.
16,000.
But Seed 8 James looked like he grabbed 16,000 in a snap call from Matt Berkey.
16.
That call or? Oh, you got it. Good call.
And Matt Berkey is going to win an $84,500 pot
16 and a pot.
in $1 Million Cash Game 6.0. All right, so I just talked to the producers. We are 139 subscribers from 187,000. So they have agreed to give us overtime, and I will commentate forever or however long you guys would like. But we have to reach the goal of 170K, which is 139 new subs.
On it, your shot. Double up.
Sorry. Raise.
Raise. 12.
And the poll question is quite simple. It's very simple. 139 more subs for OT.
Fourth line.
You guys can vote for OT or not, and we've got a raise from double M to 1200 with Ace Jack, Ace 10-10. Ace is good. Gut shot for Seed 8 James.
25. Take it.
Double M scoops the pot in $1 Million Cash Game 6.0. I am JJ De La Garza. I go by JJ4D Poker
Just too big.
on all my social media platforms. If you guys would like to give me a boost in followers on my Twitter, I would love to give you guys some more strategy, some poker knowledge. I am a little crazy at times, so some craziness. My handle is JJ4D Poker. Thank you guys for the follow.
Yeah, all three of you are, because they both got up on their.
And once again, if you do guys want that overtime, all we got to do is get 139 more subs for some OT. And they told me they would be generous with you guys. They would give you guys something along the lines of close to an hour. So keep hitting that subscribe button, and we will bring the hammer of OT for your guys' viewing pleasure while these guys play with $1 million on the table. The blinds are 100, 200, 200, and the 400 straddle has been implemented. Raised by Charles to 200, 2,400, sorry, backtracked. King 9-5, top pair for James.
What's up? 3,000.
Charles going for this one. We've seen Charles use a lot of aggressive lines. Charles is going to bet 5,000 and 11,700, and Seed 8 James is absolutely going nowhere. 21,700 in the pot. Charles checks over his deuces. And C.J. James is going to bet and get the small 3,000. I mean, 3,000 is a lot of money, but the small game bet relative to this game of 3,000. $27,700
now
pot
you'd
for
end up
C.J.
basically being
James.
big blind. Yeah, you both missed.
I missed this small, right?
Well, you missed both. You missed one. You missed both.
No,
Or you missed.
I paid the 4 and the 2.
No, I understand that, but it's the way it's done. If you miss one, you miss all.
Why?
That's just the rule in the house. That's how they do it.
That's silly. I would have left on my small ones.
It just goes in the pot?
Yeah, it would just be dead money.
Oh, it's all 500, right? You don't want that 500.
It ended up being 9. That's how it ends up being. You end up with 3 blinds big because they both got up on their blinds.
So it'd be big and be 400.
And shout out to Randy Flies FW
You gotta work on that bladder control.
for the
Berkey.
follow on Twitter. I see you, my man.
Yeah.
If I leave on the 1, I cost you 1.
Learn how to beat.
It's just retarded to post $1,000 worth of dead money when I already paid it.
9? Alright, wait.
Yeah.
Just wait. Just wait. It's actually a better deal for you because
Sorry,
you
that's
miss both points. Oh, yeah, better deal for you than
Shout out to Carlo. This is JJ the GOAT commentator.
you know the rules.
Much love to you, my man. Thank you, Wes Moron, for the love as always. Thank you,
A
brother.
lot of games that make sense. In this game, the blinds are so
The
big,
straddle is in
straddle
play.
just- Yeah, it's a lot.
What's the difference?
We're about 70
Never
Just
post.
what the rule is, yeah.
subscribers for some overtime. This is an easy poll here. 82% of you want overtime. 18% of you don't want overtime. Well, if we do reach the goal at 9 o'clock, you can shut it down just in case we don't do overtime. The 18% of you. But the 81% of you that voted that want OT, all we need is about 70 more subscribers. Limp pot, we haven't seen too many of these. 8-7 deuce. Top pair for James with the 9-8.
12. So it'd be 1 on the button and 1 behind.
Do 1, 1, 1, right?
Yeah. Next time it goes back to normal.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've been dealing a few years and it's happened like that where there's a blind behind the button maybe 4 times.
No, just 1.
Oh, just 100.
Twelve.
King A4, a middle pair for Double M and Eric. And Eric's going to bet a whopping 2,000. Double M says, let's see a turn. Turn is a 9, 5,600 in the middle. River Jack.
$53.
5,300 from Double M. I absolutely love this play. He's turning his hand to a bluff. Trying to get Eric off something like Ace-8 or 10-8 or Queen-8. So pretty amazing spot for Double M to assess this out and get Eric Hicks to fold with that river pot size bet. Shout out to Double M. When Awesome Poker is played, you can tell by my pitch it goes up. I'm just shocked that sometimes these players use these lines that are, wow, impressive.
Well,
Raise from Eric, and we're seeing a lot of hands here. A lot of possibility for big possibly play. 9-9 ace. Eric Hicks, the mad genius, with the 9. Eric, who gives a lot of action, a lot of aggression to be played. When he spikes trips, he usually gets some sort of action, especially with an ace on board. Gives him a lot of options to put a lot of chips in the pot. Turn 8 of hearts.
12,000.
Wow, and Charles betting $12,000. What a gangster play here. Charles is definitely taking it to the streets.
Call.
And Eric Hicks, the mad genius, is going to make the call with the 9. Eric does not want to see a heart on this river. And the king of hearts on the river. Let's see if Charles can go for this one. 38,000 in the pot. And Charles bets 15,000. And the mad genius with just a 9. And Charles taking it to the streets. Says, I have the antidote for genius poker players. Aggression.
Yeah. Well,
Eric with ace king, 7-6-4. Rainbow. Top set for PS. PS, who is currently up 2,000. We haven't heard much from PS lately.
2,000.
And Eric is going to bet 2,000 once he turns that king. Not the card that Eric wanted to see. River Jack of hearts.
$4,000.
And a bet of 4,000 from PS and a snap call from Eric Hicks. Eric Hicks losing back-to-back pots.
7s today are, be a pocket 7.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Eric can move his stack and back in the right direction.
Yeah, people have been doing well with those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not wrong.
Has anyone else even shown aces? I feel like we only saw them once.
I just assumed James
But
gets
yeah,
them every,
No,
every
I
hand.
know I
Aces,
have
you
one
yourself
pocket
show
ace.
aces.
Yeah, I thought that was the only time they got shown. I mean, I assume you've had them at least 6 or 7 times with the amount of 4 betting you're doing, but Time will tell.
12. Watch the video later. He really did have aces every time.
Eric Hicks going for the trifecta with ace-queen here. Might come off a little steamed up to his players and his opponents. 7-6 deuce. 2 diamonds. Open-ended for Han. Turn 6. C.J. James with 2 pair. He would have to get to showdown, though.
35.
Matt Berkey says no one wants it. I'll take a stab with Jack high.
Raise.
As Han raises the turn. Absolutely love this from Han. Looks really strong 4 ways.
Was 87. Can I get the collection gift?
Maybe I can buy some of the.
It's one.
Han with 9 high. Like a boss, as the Amish once was said. Welcome to $1 Million Cash Game 6.0. If you just tuned in, we are playing 100, 200, 200 with a $400 straddle. We will get the cumulative winnings, aka the scoreboard, up soon. We are currently around 60 to 70 subs away for overtime. So if you would like overtime, simply smash the subscribe button in the next hour and a half. Producers told me, and director, that a gracious hour just about will be held of overtime if we accomplish the goal together. I told them I will push for you guys. Because there's not every Friday that there's $1 million cash game. It's very rare. I've been here with Live at the Bike for about 8 years. Maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit less. And this is only our $6 million cash game. I've been a part of probably 6 or 7, or 5 or 6 out of the 7 to 6 of them, so. James is going to raise this one up to 2,400. C.J. James. Been playing quite the best today.
Berkey, what are the games like in Vegas? You play a lot of home games, or you do casino games?
Over the summer there was a lot of home games.
Mhm.
They kind of died off a little bit. There's a steady 1-1, 1-2 game in
Yeah.
Bobby's room.
Yeah, Simon's.
Yeah, that game's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
That's kind of it. The bigger games, man, COVID really wrecked the high stakes scene.
But you mean live or online?
Live.
Okay.
Online was actually pretty good for a while.
I agree with that. Online was actually pretty, was great for a while.
Yeah, like prior to COVID, there was a regular 200, 400, 300, 600 game that Gary was in charge of. It was really good. Now it's.
Was that at Aria?
Yeah, and then it moved to the Win. He's kind of just playing privately now. Which
When is a poker room?
Oh yeah, Encore. Yeah.
The poker room's kind of small, isn't it?
25 tables maybe.
5 players.
Similar to Aria.
Raise from Charles to 1,200.
That's why you
King, King, 9. Everybody whiffs. Charles with the bet, 2,400. Eric's going to come along with his gut shot. Actually, the best hand now that the field folds out. Turn 6, check, check. Jack high is good.
$15,000.
And Eric Hicks bets $15,000. And Sir Charles, pretty confused. Like, if you had something good, wouldn't you have bet before? We've seen Sir Charles go for it in these spots. Spidey senses right on par. And a time chip extension. And we know Sir Charles will take it to the streets. Will take it to the alley and get gangster with it. Is this the time for Sir Charles to get jiggy? We've seen that aggression wins versus the Mad Genius, not this time. Once again, jump in the poll. It says, who are you rooting for? I like to know who the fans are going for. Your choices are Matt Berkey, Eric Hicks, Victor, and C.J. James. Matt Berkey, whopping favorite at the moment. John Haas says this is an amazing read. Right? I can't believe, like, Sir Charles threw in a time chip and was thinking about raising there. That's so sick, and like his spidey senses are right on par. For Sir Charles, who likes to play as many hands as he does, he's right on cue in these medium to big size pots. Even when he had pocket kings, he did not want to call Victor with the king 10. He's very spot on in these hands, while Matt Berkey wakes up with pocket aces. The Angels. Eric is going to put in the 3-bet to 6,000. C.J. James with the call, and Berkey with drool coming out of his mask, as he's probably going to bulk this one up to something to the fine tune of $20,000, around that area, plus or minus a few thousand.
10 seconds. Re-raise. 18.5. How much? 18.5.
18,500. And Matt Berkey, according to your guys' votes, who you guys are rooting for, 65% of you with the best hand in No Limit, Texas Hold'em, with around $94,000 to start the hand. And the Mad Genius with a time chip extension. And the Mad Genius says, let's try to spike a 10. Or hopefully Matt Berkey has something like Ace King, or a 4-bet bluff hand like Ace Queen or Ace 5 or King Queen. C.J. James also comes to play.
I got it.
56,300
Take it.
in the pot.
What was that? Yeah, no, we both.
10, 7, 7, and aces have officially been snapped off. Eric Hicks flops the full house.
14. 14,000.
And a bet of $14,000. And the Mad Genius with top full house. As Berkey sits $74,500 deep.
Call.
And a call by the Mad Genius, making his hand look like pocket kings through pocket jacks. Lay down by C.D. James, $84,300 in the pot.
Heads up.
Turn is a queen. Check by Eric Hicks. And I wonder at what frequency Matt Berkey thinks that Eric Hicks can have pocket queens as well now. Right in the vicinity of 4-bet ranges.
15,000.
And Berkey bets $18,000. And the Mad Genius with a flop full house.
10 seconds.
At what frequency does he put in a raise? Or does he put in a flat thinking that Matt Berkey could be light and be bluffing? Time, chip, extension. The Mad Genius is going to think this one through as aces have officially been snapped off. And Eric Hicks with just a flat, over 120,300 in the pot. And river is a 5. And Eric checks it one more time to Matt Berkey. Does Matt Berkey jam? Hoping that Eric Hicks has something like ace queen or kings or pocket jacks.
All in.
God damn it. Queens.
And an all-in and a snap call
I almost checked the river too.
for a $205,300 pot.
That's the big hand.
Nice hand there.
You almost cried.
That's the hand we've been waiting for.
That's the unhaired, huh?
Turn could have saved me too.
Regular play up here, huh? Put my fucking picture on the wall,
Yeah.
And Eric scoops a massive pot and says he wants his effing picture on the Live at the Bike wall, and I think it's much more than deserved. Eric Hicks, I'm going to wrap up this poll. Who are you guys rooting for? 66% of you are rooting for Matt Berkey. 17% of you guys are rooting for Eric Hicks.
I'll do that, yeah.
For the most votes on who you guys are rooting for in this stream.
You know this.
Mad genius.
Oh man. I almost checked the river too. I got greedy. Couldn't live myself if you table kings.
Yeah. No, it takes this.
I would have checked kings.
I'm getting this double M pocket stratus. Four play.
Queen Jack 8. Open-ended for double M. PS gonna bet his 2 sevens. Turn queen, and PS is going to continue the story that he flopped something big. We saw double M check raise his friend last time with the draw. Double M proceeds with just a flat. Counterfeit for PS, but PS is not going to give up.
72.
Bet of 7,200 and shows double M the bluff. And if you are not showing your best friend the bluff, then you're not doing it right in poker.
Big blind, please. Thousand.
Ace, queen, 4.
2,000.
Bet of 2,000 from Berkey. Charles and PS are going to come along. Charles with the unknown hand. Berkey with the win.
We going overtime today?
Quick shout out to a couple new followers on Twitter. FullSend702 and Nick Forgon.
No, we'll go overtime.
Nick F and Full Send. Thank you guys. And Randy as well.
I said James wants to know if we'll go overtime.
Much love. And here's the scoreboard. Eric, now the big winner of the night, up over 100,000. Han up 99,500. Double up 2,600. Victor down 33,000. PS down 34,000. CD James down 38,000. Matt Berkey down 43,000. And Sir Charles down 53,000 for the biggest spender of the night so far.
Yeah. OT it is.
Okay.
Chip counts. Once again, $1 million cash game. You guys add up the numbers for me. There's over $1 million on the table. 100, 200, 200, straddle 400. If you guys like nosebleed high stake action with Matt Berkey in the mix, here you go. Once again, I can see on the back end, we're about 40 subs, from overtime. So if you guys want overtime, just smash the sub button, and we will give you about an hour of overtime. Han with the 3-bet with king, queen. Wow, and Matt Berkey with queen 5 off squeeze play. This game is going insane, and I wonder if Matt Berkey is a little steamed up here. We haven't seen Matt Berkey go for something this light all stream, but it's going to work as long as C.J. James doesn't have a monster under the bed. And Matt Berkey with the perfectly well-timed queen 5 off. Put that in your solver.
Raise 1,500 total. Three players.
Queen, Jack 3. Middle and bottom for PS with Jack 3, 2-pair.
2,000. Raise. Okay, so you have two. Hold on. One second. Are you making that 18 because you owe 2? So you want to make that 18 or are you making that 2,000 straight?
Yeah, whatever. 1800.
1,800. Okay. Raise 1,800 total.
King, Jack 10. 2-pair for Berkey, who's on a mission.
3,000.
Flush draw for Charles, and we know Charles likes to play big pots. 12,700 in the pot. Turn 4 of hearts. Berkey putting in a pot-sized bet of 12,000. Berkey not messing around.
Sorry about that. Awkward.
Oh, sorry. That's my fault. I wasn't sure.
$1,200.
Double M with 2 deuces.
3 players.
Queen 7-5. Eric with top pair and Han with the middle pair. Everyone with a little something as this goes check around. Two pair now for Han, turn 9. And Han, I love his tricky play. He's going to go for a check raise here.
3,000.
Eric bets 3,000. And what I meant was Han was going to go for a call here as Han calls. River 8. 9,900 in the pot and a check over to Eric Hicks. And I know Eric loves to go for some value. And Eric's going to bet a $5,000 chip. And a call on 2 pair for Han for a $19,900 pot. Quick shout outs to all my people in the YouTube chat. What's up, Darren Aus, Art Fleming, Nai Long, Wesley Moran, my dude, John Haas, my other dude, Ricky Bold, Victoria. What's up, Victoria? Daniel Stryker, Stuart Ferguson, come on, man. Matthew Green, Jose Cubaron, Carter McDonald, Mike Hatter, Chris, Sylvia Hanna, Tim, Deepak, Joseph Learman, No Way, Jay, Aware, Bear, DJS, Music for My Soul. Dwan Hampton says he's a new sub, so I got to hook you up. Terry Walford, 059.
5 players.
Andrew Crane. Flop is Jack 8-3. I'll give you guys some shout outs later on. Han 6 is in the lead multi-way.
$3,400.
Double M. Bottom pair and some backdoor draws as Victor has a gut shot. And backdoor diamonds. And Han's going to make the liberal call, and that's going to bring Victor along for sure. Turn 4 of diamonds and the plot thickens. Victor picks up that diamond draw. And the check does feel natural for Double M, who checks it back. Turn 8. Sorry, River 8. Brain gets a little frothy at hour 4, and we are in hour 4. And if you guys get overtime, We'll go for another hour. Han gonna look at his hand. And Han's gonna put in a big bet of
13,500.
looks like 13,500. And Han with the best hand, but turned his hand to a bluff and shows. And shout out to Ramsey.
Nice hand.
I see you, my dude. Guys, Ramsey's in the chat, one of the Live at the Bike legends. Show him some love if you're a Ramsey / Poker Bros fan, as I am.
You value bluff.
Yeah, the same hands.
You check call, you get more money.
I cannot check call.
Raise 1,000. Three players.
5-3-3.
$1,200. That's it.
Turn 9. Will Berkey continue betting here? Checks it over to Han. Han's ace high is king. Or golden or whatever. Good. River is a jack. Han with jacks and threes. Berkey with queen high knows he can't win. Unless he's up against something like 6-7 or 4-6.
$2,700.
2,700. I sense a raise coming from Han.
Raise 6,200. Seconds.
Matt Berkey with queen high and hasn't necessarily gave up.
Everybody's favorite collection part. Raise 1,200. Three players.
Berkey with the raise. 3 ways we go once again. Jack, 6 deuce, 2 clubs. Pair of sixes for James. Berkey with the wrap draw around that jack and make a straight draw and a flush draw as it goes check to the river. Turn 7.
1,600.
Han's aggression. Han, I believe, is up almost $150,000 tonight. And going.
Raise 1,200. Oh. That's up. $1,100. Raise 1,200. Two players.
A raise from PS. Ace King 3.
1,400.
A board that PS is going to dominate with range.
Really? 3,000.
Oh, this is an interesting spot. We got a bet by PS and a raise from Charles with air. And C.J. James with the real hand with an ace in his hand. Flush draw now for Charles.
7,000.
And Charles with a bet of 7,000. James sandwiched between Charles and PS is going to fold his ace, and Charles' aggression right on cue.
Raise 1,200. Re-raise 5,000. Just Just leave the, either put 2 more in or leave that out there. I'll make it.
Three bet from Charles versus James, who cold calls a 3-bet. Ace, King, 10. Set of 10s for James. Eric Hicks had a set of 10s versus Matt Berkey and won a massive pot. Now James, the same fate. Winning a big pot with 2 10s as he puts in the flat in position. 27,000 now in the pot. Turn 6.
9,000.
Bet of 9,000. And James with the call chips. At what frequency does James call here? Very high frequency. I was going to say maybe he raises as well. 45,000 now in the pot. 7 of clubs on the river. Backdoor flush does come in. James does feel pretty good. He's got the 10 of clubs in his hand. And James with the bet of 18,000 and a snap call for James, who's going to win over a $70,000 pot. 19,000. Actually over an $83,000 pot for seed 8 James. We've seen some massive pots tonight. Pocket 10 seems like the hand to be played here on High Stakes Friday.
Raise to 4,000. Yours, Eric. Raise 1,200.
Ace Jack 4. Double M is going to bet his gut shot.
2,500.
PS and Eric both with aces. PS will continue, which will probably lessen Eric's chances of continuing. Eric says, let me see the turn, just to make sure that Double M is telling the truth.
Three plays.
And Double M, a non-backer downer, is going to ramp up the aggression and bet 6,500 into 2 players with top pair.
Seconds, please.
Wow, and PS folds the better ace, and Eric continues. River is a 7. And if you are Double M, Eric looks like an ace in his hand. So does he try to move the Mad Genius off an ace? And he says no. And Eric's going to win the $25,600 pot. Eric with the biggest pot won, and there will be a highlight of Matt Berkey versus the Mad Genius in a $200,000 pot, aces versus pocket tens. And we've got about a half an hour left, boys and girls. And I've been told by the director and the producer that we are 5 subscribers away from overtime. We are 5 subs from 187,000. So whoever is not a sub and would love to push us over the edge for overtime and hook up live at the bike for bringing you $1 million cash game, 100, 200, 200, straddle $400 action with Double M, Victor, Eric Hicks, Matt Berkey, C.J. James, Han, PS. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Like I said, they told us that we are only 5 subscribers away from an extra hour to watch these high-stake players battle out with blood, chips, sweat, tears all over the felt. 6,500 in the pot. Queen 10-8. 2 spades. Pair for Victor with the best kicker. Pair for Han with the flush draw. And Eric with the gut shot. Who is going to push us over the edge for overtime? Make sure you guys hook us up so I can be here with you guys to sweat it out.
Seconds. 9,000.
Wow, and a raise from Victor and Han with the pair and a flush draw. And we know Han likes to put money in the pot. And Han goes for the 3-bet on the flop like a beast. Han is telling the story that he flopped a straight or 2-pair. Victor is not going to try to move Han off of that. And what a beast play by Han. Absolutely love it. Putting pressure in a high-stakes game. And shout out to all the fam in the chat for pushing us over 187,000 subs on this high-stakes $1 million cash game. You are now granted an hour of overtime. Let's get it. 10-5-4.
800. Heads up.
Two overs to the 10. I wonder how frequently Victor turns his hand into a bluff, but he has some showdown value, and James is going to win with his 10. Give you guys some shout outs since we hit the mark. And the vote, OT, he says, for the win, donates 20 bucks. Thank you, the vote. $20, make you holla. I'm going to give you guys some shout outs since you guys pushed us over the edge for some O-team. Overtime. Brain's getting a little frothy. Shout out to the vote. Most importantly, Chris Tucker, Nick from Yuma, Rhett Warner, Wesley Moran, my dude, DJ S. Music for my soul. Mike Hatter says, what's up, live at the Bike Gang? What's up to you? Jump to Matthew Green, Garrett Smith, Jet King, 0077 Oscar, Antonio V, Billy Bunn, Jason James, Sam T,
1,000.
Tim, Matthew Green one more time, Sam Hong says from Thailand, what's up? Garrett Smith, Vincent Caballero,
Heads up.
Ace King 4, Berkey with a flush draw or a royal draw.
2,500. Is 1,200. Need a bit more chip there. Sexy. Four players.
Jack 5-3, monotone clubs. P.S. the only player with the club in his hand. Turn ace. Checks through once again. River 6 for Charles. If no one bets, Charles will win this one.
There's those pair of sixes.
John Aguilar says, JG, did they get $1 million on the table? Yep, I believe there's about 1.2 or 1.3 million currently on the table.
500.
And they are playing with the straddle for more than half of the show. So not only is it 100, 200, 200, but the straddle 400. Plus, John Aguilar, if you just tuned in, we are supposed to be done at 9 o'clock. But these awesome people in the YouTube chat got a bunch of subs today. So we're going to go over an hour of overtime extra. Han and Eric Hicks, the two big winners, the only players in the green. The rest of the players are in the red. And Charles, the big spender this evening. If you guys would like, we've got about 1.3K likes in the YouTube chat. If you guys want to boost that up before we go in the overtime hour, that would be nice. We're starting overtime in 20 minutes. Here are the VPIPs. James, PS, Eric, Charles leading the way. Victor with the lowest VPIP.
Sorry.
Victor usually with one of the higher VPIPs, but this is a nosebleed game. The top 4 players in chip counts have $1 million total. So yeah, there's about 1.2 million and some change on the table.
Well. $35.
James with ace king and a 3-bet from Matt Berkey. Ace king 7, top 2 pair for C-Day James in this 3-bet pot. Checks it over to Matt Berkey.
15.
And a bet of 1,500 and a call. Neither player with the club. Turn is a jack. I would imagine Berkey will check this back at a high frequency, as he does. River 5 of diamonds. Let's see how much value C-Day James goes for. It looks like 6,500. Correction, 6,400.
Sounds like.
And C-Day James is going to get the call from Matt Berkey.
Sorry. Thank you. Remove the button, please. Thank you.
Ace 10 or king 10? If I wouldn't have flipped your card.
Well,
Oh, good call.
Oh, you know what? I had the king.
Brutal.
Yeah.
12.
I deserved it.
Yeah.
Ace, king, deuce. Range advantage for double M, who's going to put in the C bet.
12. Can I get a 165? Or sorry, 185? I'm sorry?
Alright, 4.
Yeah, you got it. Can I get 185 for you, please? Keep it? Take it. I still owe you. I didn't forget. $34. We have better.
We got a bunch of limps, and Han, with the old saying, punish the limper, is going to make it 3,400. Wow, and he gets called by a lower card hand than his that he has dominated in spades. What are those chances? 9, 6, 8, 2 diamonds. 8,400 in the pot, and Han, who has not shied away from aggression all day, is going to put in a bet.
Take it. Take it.
And imagine that's a smaller pot today, and our game is a $12,000 pot. That's around an 8 big blind pot, since we are playing 100, 200, 200, straddle 400 with the likes of Han in seat 1, Eric Hicks in 2, Victor in seat 3, Double M in seat 4, seat 5 PS, seat 7 Sir Charles, seat 8 James in 8, and seat 9 none other than Solve for Y's own Matt Berkey.
1,000. Super.
Queen 10-6, top pair for Berkey and top 2 pair for Han.
15.
Han with the slow play. We've seen Han do this quite a bit. He'll slow down on the flop and speed up on the turn with made hands and some bluffs. We've seen Han likes to really pound the pot and put money in the pot on the turn. And Berkey says, why not? I've got a pair and a gut shot. I might as well check it over to a man who is aggressive. That's just as Berkey does. River is an ace. $13,700 in the pot.
Call.
And a bet of 6,800 and a snap call from Berkey, and Han's gonna win a $27,300 pot. Han by far the biggest winner in this game. Eric Hicks, the mad genius with my favorite hand, the two snowmen. PS with the flat and Charles with a limp race to 8,000 with king, queen off suit. Jack, 10-4, 2 spades, nut flush draw for PS, open-ended for Charles. Charles with just over 2.5 pot size bet back. And Charles puts in a bet of $22,000.
22,000.
If you want some high stakes poker, you've got it. $22,000 on a pot and a flop size bet. PS with the nut flush draw. And PS says all of it. And here we go.
They go once.
And PS says one time, turns an ace, and two pair for PS. PS is going to win $131,900 pot.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles. Charles has a straight here. And my brain is a little frothy. Sorry, boys and girls.
2,700.
I was thinking. And the nut straight for Charles, who actually wins the $131,900 pot. Ship it over to Charles. And that means I need to take a break, boys and girls, because we're in hour 5, and I need to get some brain power for this overtime hour. Shout out to Charles.
They get best hand on the clock.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, man.
I had a pair.
We'll pay for the table.
You pull the best hand.
Huh?
You pull the best hand in the flop.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Because I had a pair.
Yeah.
Just that.
35.
And Han with the 3-bet with 7 deuce versus Matt Berkey's 3s. 7-6-5.
4,000.
Bet of 4,000, and Berkey's going to come along. Berkey is ahead of all the ace highs and king highs that Han could have 3-bet with. Now, less bluffs in Han's range. Han can still have like ace 4
85.
and ace queen, and he's going to put in a bet.
Take it. Sure. You want to hold it off, or you want it in play?
I can just wait.
Okay. So wait for now, yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Just
call
making
for the
sure.
chip runner, but
Yeah, you got it. I called for it. I'm paging, rather.
yeah.
We're gonna leave soon, just a heads up, we gotta get back to OC. What's that? It's always bad. Yeah, it's never good.
22.
Han with 2 queens. And just a flat. Bet of 18. And a call. Double M with an open-ended straight draw. Han does not like that overcard to his queens, but he will proceed.
Do we have chips on this side?
Double M with a bet of 65. And Han with a snap call. And a straight for double M on that river 9 of hearts. And Han's going to go for the blocker 4,500. And how much do we think double M's going to make it here? I would assume something along the lines of 23,000-ish and some change.
Raise. 22,000.
22,000. My spidey senses are right on cue. That's what happens when you commentate on these players week in and week out. Han's going to use a time chip extension. He sees that the straight draw came in and some slow plays. And it looks like Han's going to give it up. Good fold by Han. If he does put it in the muck, it looks like he's going to. Double M would have to be turning something like 6-7 into a bluff. And Han confused me. Han now grabbing call chips. Double M would have to have some bluffs like 6-7, and Double M is going to get paid off there.
Yeah, he called.
$68,100 pot. Han was about to fold and then makes the call.
Thank you. Huh?
I would call too.
No,
Never have it.
wonderful.
I never have it getting there, never.
80,000 input? Directly added on 80,000.
Can someone call her? Hey, Eric, do you mind calling me?
Directly added 80,000. Added. This is now. Yeah.
We need to, pull out the, one case.
The one case? Yeah, that would be nice, thank you.
And we are officially in the overtime hour. Thank you to all of our new subscribers who subscribed. I hope you enjoy. You have any questions for me? Throw them in the chat. Show your commentator here on High Stakes Friday some empathy. After hour 5, the brain gets a little scrambled, but I will try my best so you guys learn a little bit of poker and hopefully entertained a bit.
Yeah, we raised 5,000.
Well, I almost 3-bet you pre-flop.
Berkey with the squeeze from his straddle.
You probably 4-bet me, right?
I would have
Yeah.
on the pot.
Would have been bad.
10-8 deuce. Berkey with top pair, top kicker. PS with some backdoor matrix to a straight and a flush. Gonna make the fold.
Are we in overtime right now?
Yeah. Well, sort of. Yeah, because we started like 20 minutes late. We're about.
The answer is yes, double M.
Getting into overtime.
We make it in the show, that's good.
That is good, yeah. Gotta head out soon.
Double M. Double M.
Sorry.
No problem. It's your action. You're the big. You haven't put anything over. You're the big. Okay, and it's still 4.
Sure.
Raise. 29. 29. Take it. You take the button, please. Thank you.
Cool.
12.
Call.
Call.
Queen 7-8. Top pair for Eric.
Timeout.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
He hasn't acted.
I didn't act, he was ready to,
Yeah, he hasn't
Good catch.
yeah.
Or, actually not good catch. I wish you would just go for it.
2,000.
Bet of 2,000. Han with an open-ended straight draw. It's going to come along. Eric with top pair is absolutely going nowhere.
Alrighty, Burn.
Turn is a 4 of clubs, and this time it's going to go check through. River, jack of clubs. Eric Hicks with the 10 of clubs in hand. A flush.
Ten plus.
And Eric's going to win the $13,100 pot.
Good check, James. Good check.
Easy money, Eric.
Once again, we are in the overtime hour. Simple poll says, can you smash the like button for Team Live at the Bike, which contains myself, JJ De La Garza, Wayne, Brian Arakaki, and Alex Lee here grinding it out. If you guys appreciate the overtime, if you love Live at the Bike, you love some nosebleed action, please smash that like button.
12.
Raise from double M, and we're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Ace 10-8. Open-ended for double M. Gut shot for Charles.
24. Call.
Turn 7. All players continue to see this turn card. Improved C.D. James, who had a gut shot. Now with the straight, sitting over $239,000 back. The mythical man, C.D. James. Double M facing this big $10,000 bet. Remember, C.D. James did bet 4 ways. Eric was also in the pot. call by Double M. River is a 6 for a split pot. You cannot write this script out.
15,000.
Is that
And a lead of 20,000.
Yeah, 15.
It's a chop.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it was a bet of 15,000, not 20,000, and a snap call.
Nice bet.
$1 million cash game 6.0. Let's go.
Take it.
Oh, we made about $1.90.
I did not think you had that hand. Well, you had a very different hand. I didn't know I was dead that way. I thought it was dead a different way.
What a river.
I liked it. I was good. I was good with it.
Were you happy?
I was happy with it.
You have a white ticket.
I'm happy.
I was happy with it. Nice hand.
What's up, Georgie? I used to play with Georgie in the chat
Well,
at least twice a week. Yup, I've been out of the mix, man. I've been out of the mix. Hopefully I can get in the mix sooner than later. I would love to start playing some live poker.
36.
Three bet by Han.
Hey, bud.
Have a good one.
Sorry about that, Ace 3 candy. That was brutal. So next time, run it twice, remember?
Exactly.
Do like the poker buddy.
Plenty of bluff.
And Eric with the needle as PS leaves. He says, next time, run it twice.
When he
She's
left,
a watch
when he
girl?
left the last time, she ran it once.
She usually run it one?
Or she ran it
Ran it
twice.
twice. She always runs it twice.
Yeah.
Straight draw on a flush draw for Han. Bet of 65.
Jacks. It was a good time to get up.
Yeah, that's right.
And Han's aggression got Charles to fold the best hand.
Selection's 185. Wait, 165. Does anyone have 100 in purple?
I do.
Yeah, can I get 100?
Oh, wait.
I do.
That's not what
Eric Hicks and Wayne are both in the chat. If you guys want to show them some love, feel free.
Take it. 1,000.
Showing love is definitely free. Showing admiration,
It's a raise call.
also free.
That's straddle.
That's the straddle, yeah.
And then that's just a raise?
This is the raise. 1,000.
Okay.
I call.
No, Ante.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, that is the end. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
my God.
yeah, yeah.
Big rock.
Queen 10-5. Open-ended for Charles.
50.
Pairs of 10s for Berkey and Double M. And all three are going to continue to the turn with their equity.
$4,000.
Straight for Charles on that 9. Charles going to bet 4,000 as Berkey picks up a straight draw to go along this pair. And both players river a club for a flush. 15,800 in the pot. Charles with the second nut flush and Berkey with the fourth nut flush. And a bet of 5,000. Berkey does not like this spot very much. And Berkey's gonna pay it off, says, let me see it. 25,800 shipped over to Sir Charles.
Sure.
What? What's the what's that? No, it's still in the same.
Yeah, still. They go overtime, so we don't know how long. They turn off the lights. They'll come and tell us when it's over.
Take it.
I'm leaving after the next hand. Yeah. I like shelving with my rack when I can take it back.
You're the strategy? Well done.
Take a more lax.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. I was stacking one too high.
You like shelving with his racks?
Not that. That's not what I was laughing at. What he said after.
Shout out to Nick from Yuma, who donates $5.
I'll explain it.
No, I just didn't hear it as well.
You explained it after stream. That was funny.
Oh, is it a reference to the Armenian mic hand?
16?
Yes.
Double M racking up, but still wants to get in action. 7,000 in the middle. Ace 10-8. Charles with the king high flush draw. Victor with the queen high flush draw. Both players with some equity with the pair, and Victor with the straight draw. We're going to see some chips splashed in the middle, no doubt. Two pair for Charles with the king high flush draw. Straight for Victor with the queen of diamonds in hand. And Victor's going to put out a bulky bet of 15 or 12,000. It was 3 lavenders, which are 5,000 each. River is a 9. Check mark for Victor. And Victor's going to bet something like a quarter pot. That's going to get a snap call from Charles.
Straight.
Making on this one, we win this one. You got two pair. Two pair, call.
And here's the scoreboard. Han up 140,000. Eric up almost 100,000. Double M with a $14,000 win in his last hand on the button. James up 4,400. Victor down 2,200. Charles down 4,200. Berkey down 42,000. Victor down 22,000. Berkey down 73,000. And PS, the big spender this evening, down 120,000. Here are the VPIPs. James and PS rocking with the highest VPIP. Victor with the lowest VPIP of the night. And here are the chip counts. $1 million cash game, over 1 milli on the table. A milli, a milli, a milli, a milli. Shout out to Lil Wayne, Tunchi.
Raise 1,200.
All right, guys, good luck. Great playing with you. See you next week. See you guys. See you guys. See you, bud.
That's fine.
Nice meeting you, man. Nice playing with you, man. Great playing with you. Yeah. Good luck, everyone.
Okay.
That was awesome, man. Good fun.
3 players.
See you, man. Thanks.
King 10-5, 2 hearts.
2,500. Yeah, 2,500. Call. That's up.
Eric does have a 10 of hearts if this goes flush river heart. Nope. Berkey with 2 pair.
2,000.
And Berkey's going to put a bet in. And I think Eric's going to pay this one off when the straights and the straight bricked out. Quarter pot size bet. See if Eric can wiggle this one out. And Eric says, let me see it, Matt Berkey. And Berkey's going to show him the goods. 2 pair, kings and 5s.
Okay. Everybody, how many time chips we got? It is reloading time. 2. 2. 2.
Finish the stream, right? No, not yet.
No, it's at 82 Victor.
Still on the stream?
We're still on the stream. It's just, it's been 5 hours.
Still showtime.
So, it's social.
你别走，我叫我给你们快，你叫我。
对，那就差不多7点半吧。 7点就是那个 live show。
Okay.
When live show ends.
Okay. Oh, we will have dinner together.
Yeah, we leave when the show ends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Probably gonna be an hour.
Oh, 7?
Yeah, cool.
7:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Someone locked the door.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking
Great.
buried.
Close the door.
Great.
Fucking buried.
I thought your name was Matt. I didn't know your name was Barry.
Pick the
Very
double
now.
net.
400.
This guy already took the money away.
Right.
I don't even think he won. He just bought it for a while.
1,200.
Eric,
I can
you want
afford
the money?
that.
No.
Raise 6,500.
I believe Victor and Wu and Han said they'll play till after the show. And Charles. And Matt Berkey said close the doors, and Matt Berkey wakes up with aces. And it's going to look like Berkey's going to try to make a comeback with his last speech play. Now picks up aces. He's going to get some action from Eric here with ace, queen of diamonds. Seat 8 James. Not sure if he knows it's on him. Okay, he does. And gives it up. Round 2, Matt Berkey versus Eric Hicks. Eric does not want to see a queen on this flop. Misses 9-8-4. Rainbow. Pocket ace is in the lead. Number 1. And Eric wisely checks this one back. He senses it out. Brick on the turn. Deuce of spades, although brings a flush draw. Big bet Berkey with number 1. Last time he had aces, he lost a massive pot to Eric Hicks.
13,000.
And near pot size bet. Matt Berkey's aces hold the second time around.
Raise 2,000. Raise 1,200.
Charles with the raise. Top pair is queen, 5-6, 2 spade board. Victor with the unknown hand, facing a $1,400 bet. Turn 7.
$2,000.
Now a bet of 2,000 and Victor with the straight draw bricks out. 2 pair for Charles. Victor does have the ace of spades in his hand. If he wants to rep the nut flush. Both players sitting with $100,000 stacks, and that's exactly what Victor's gonna do. And Charles hates this. Charles with 2 pair knows that there's a straight and a flush possible, but he does pay it off and sees the good news and is going to win a $24,700 pot.
Yeah, he almost win every pot. Yeah, in the heads up. It's me. So sick.
river 就太高了，换一个 river 就不上来了。
That's a good call.
1,200. That's it.
10, 5, 3, 2 spades. Charles with the best hand as this goes check, check with his ace high. Wants to get to showdown. Turn 3 of clubs. 2 flush draws on board.
1,200.
Herrick with the king high call. River deuce of spades. And Charles continues to bet.
3,500. Thank you, Mr.
And we've got about somewhere between 15 minutes to 30 minutes left in the overtime hour. It's been a pleasure rocking with you guys in this 100, 200, 200 straddle $400 game. One of the bigger games I've commentated on. We saw a $200,000 pot between Eric Hicks and Matt Berkey, with Berkey pocket aces, as Berkey has pocket aces again.
3,000.
Matt Berkey with angels, the number 1. And a 3-bet from Eric Hicks. This is like deja vu all over again. And a 4-bet incoming from Matt Berkey. And the possibilities of seeing a $250,000 pot.
Raise. 12,000.
Oh, and Eric Hicks with the muck of the king 10. Thank you guys for the love in the chat that I see. Wesley Moron, Nick from Yuma, Raymond McLeod, Billy Byrne,
How bad was that here?
Georgie.
Pretty bad.
What's up? Bart Soko says, how's Berkey doing? You're going to have to wait for the cumulative winnings, but it has not been his night thus far.
Raise 1,300.
That's at the bottom of my range. I read that in a book somewhere.
Three players.
8-3 deuce. 3 ways to the flop. Checks through. Turn jack, giving every single one of these players a draw of a gut shot or an open-ended.
$2,300.
2,300, and Han's aggression has worked wonders for him today. Shout out to Music for My Soul, Danielle Stryker. Mandy Edwards, thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. Next, Thursday and Friday, we have 2 epic games. I don't want to reveal too much who's in the games, but I'll drop one player. David Viffer Pete will be with us next Thursday and Friday. And some other high-stake pros and action players. 9-7-4, all spades. James with the flush. Eric with the king-high flush draw.
2,500.
Bet of 2,500 and a call, turn 7. I like the way C.J. James is playing his hand versus Eric. He knows Eric is a very aggressive player. Knows that he can be way behind, sitting a $250,000 deep. Bet of 6,000. This hand gets played extremely easier when you just go into check call mode versus an aggressive player. River is a 3, 22,400 in the pot. The classic battle between C.J. James and Eric Hicks continues.
$21,000.
And now C.J. James decides to lead for $21,000. And Eric Hicks is not sold. Eric Hicks is thinking of raising. Eric Hicks, the mad genius, the fearless man with a spade in his hand, is going to use a time chip. Both players started this hand with over $250,000 in their stack.
You bluffed me that time.
I had a 7. You got a 7?
Yeah, you bluffed me.
I was gonna call if you folded, but when you called it.
Didn't scam people house.
Huh? You did.
No, I didn't have full house. I got one payout.
Say, me too, I have one pair.
Good six. Yeah. Must be.
Raise 1,200.
Bump it up to 1,200.
Last time I called off what I thought was a bluff at the end of the stream. Against Charles.
Oh, yeah?
And
Oh,
oh
yeah.
my God.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I mean, I
Saturday,
played
yeah.
so good the whole
That's
stream,
for
and then I
sure.
make it, like call off what I think is a bluff for $25,000, same kind of bag. Felt so stupid.
His chance.
4 players.
It just feels
Victor
like
with
shit.
my favorite hand, pocket eights, jack 8 deuce, monotone diamonds, and Victor with trip 8s.
$3,200. 12,400.
Raise from Han from the small blind. Queen, 7, deuce, 2 clubs. Just noticed we hit 1,500 likes in the YouTube. Thank you very much. Although I think with 2,200 people watching, we probably should near 1,600. So if you haven't smashed the like button, smash the darn like button for the overtime hour. Victor with a pair of 7s. Han turns a gut shot.
5,300.
And Han's thinking on whether to get spicy here with the check raise. The check raise has worked out very well today for him.
Yep. You got it.
And Han does call. River is a jack, and we've seen Han get aggressive in these spots, but he's going to check this one over to Victor, and Victor's going to win with a 7.
Too bad, 盘兄把我打怕了，你知道吗？没有
一 bet 你掉了 river。
他不用 bet，他说一句话我就下丢了，他只要动一下我就下丢了，把我打怕了。那你这个 bet on the river，我给我打怕了。
到那就可以了。
盘凶了。
1, 2, 2.
没10万。
No, you good.
拿从我这拿的。Ante, you ever fold? I haven't seen you fold in
2,300.
20 hours.
That's actually true. No, it's 12 hours. Last time is 6 hours.
Last time you were here. I swear.
That's it.
A check.
8-4-3. 2 overs for each player.
Check.
So it goes check, check.
I'll check.
Check, check once again. C-Day James checks his straight, tries to get tricky.
The next time, I said, when I raised it, I said we check on the river. That's all.
Yeah, we never get a free ride with him.
Got it. You good? Raise 1,200.
Queen 9 deuce, all spades. Charles with a spade in hand plus an open-ended straight is going to bet. Straight draw, that is. Eric with bottom pair and the king high flush draw is also going to make the call.
Raise 4,200.
Actually, he might have grabbed raising chips. And he did 4,200. And a straight for Charles with that 8 of clubs on the turn. River is a king. 2 pair now for Eric Hicks. Let's defer to Charles on how much he bets.
Seconds. 12,000.
$12,000 it is.
Street.
And Eric Hicks says, let me see it.
Street flush draw.
And Charles is going to show him the goods.
Same hand with last time I was with Victor. Yeah.
I needed that flush to hit.
Yes, I was drawing the king high flush and you straight flush draw with queen high flush.
Yeah.
And there's king. I make
$1 million cash game about to get wrapped up. Matt Berkey in the mix. Eric Hicks, Han, Victor, Charles, and C.A. James.
Raise 1,000. Thank you very much.
And I believe that's going to wrap it up here for $1 Million Cash Game. Thank you guys to all the new subscribers. Here are the VPIPs, James and Eric leading the way, as well as Charles. And here's the scoreboard of the night. Han up 130,000, Eric up 50,000, Double M up 14,000, James up 12,000, Charles down 9,500, Victor down. Let me pause it on my other screen here so I can give you guys the full results here. Give me 1 second as I pull it up. Charles down 9,000. Victor also stuck. Matt Berkey and PS was the big spender of the night, down 126,000. Berkey down 57,000. Victor down 21,000. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. You guys crushed it with the sub, so I'm happy you guys got to enjoy some overtime. Once again, I go by JJ4D Poker on my Twitter. If you guys would like to bulk up my followers and follow, I throw out some gems and strategy once in a while. And good night, peace, love. I'll see you guys in a week or so. Shout out to Leon, Nick from Yuma, DJS, Mike Hatter, Music for My Soul, Wes Moron, and the rest of the gang. Peace and love, y'all.